Audacity is a community of outliers who are passionate in creating alternative futures.
Audacity is searching for innovation.
Audacity is inclusive. We design with everyone in mind.
Audacity is future positive.
Audacity is a family and everyone loves and cares for one another.
Audacity is a playground where we all get to play.
Audacity is expansive, dynamic, and explorative.
Audacity is a community of fun people that inspires each other.
Audacity is where I'm pushing your boundaries.
Audacity is explosive. Audacity is energizing.
Audacity enables the future of bioplastics and recycling.
Audacity allows me to unleash my creativity.
Audacity is where I dream of an autonomous future.
Audacity is a relationship between humans, environment, and nature.
Audacity is organized chaos.
Audacity is where I'm building my cyborg, Apex.
Audacity is pushing the boundaries of circularity.
Audacity unleashes my inner carpenter.
Audacity is audacious.
Audacity is where I spend my internship building new worlds.
Audacity is unrestrained. We go crazy with our ideas. Woo!
Audacity is the next revolution.
Hello, okay, great. Welcome to Audacity Virtual Open City. For those who joined us for the first iteration 5 months ago, nice to see you again. Those joining us for the first time, I hope you managed to explore Audacity seed projects at their booths in the expo, or tried the networking feature where you'll be matched with a random attendee for a quick 2-minute chat. Not to worry, there'll be time to explore these features later, so just sit back and relax right now. So we came together for the first time in April because there was an urgent call to discuss the relevancy of current operating systems. Because of this pandemic, which we endearingly called the minimal viable global catastrophe the last time, our hypothesis in these 4 focus areas of life, social, infrastructure, and production have ever become more important when considering for a new operating system. Almost half a year later, the pandemic is still gripping the world on top of existing society issues. But present here today are like-minded people who care to look ahead in the future amidst the chaos, and with the same objective to catalyze moonshot ideas that will create a better humanity-centric world. We will be meeting these innovators and visionaries at our panels and sessions today who were way ahead of time and trudged on during the pandemic to identify gaps to fill so that less of us will fall through the cracks of social equity, climate change, and the meaning crisis. Opening the team is a series of unlearning panels. The first is the Silicon Valley and Singapore edition, where Atsushi Taira will ask Ethereum Foundation's Aya Miyaguchi, Module Q David's Brunner, and Mistletoe's Tyler-san important questions on the tension between automation and human intention. On the second panel, JTC's Yangan and Mistletoe's Jeremy will hold space with 4 brilliant innovators who are making their visions a reality. We'll be having a short music break later as well with a special guest DJ, Boko Nono, who will be playing a funk mix on an analog DJ set that he created himself. And the event will resume with a live tour with me, a sneak peek at our Audacity's Innovators Playground here in Jurong Innovation District, and followed by parallel activities with various seed projects, just to find out what they're up to. And of course, we're ending today with Audacity's first birthday celebrations in a surprise virtual space. And without further ado, I'd like to invite Atsushi on stage as he takes us through how far the Audacity movement has grown since its inception last September. See you later. There's a 10 seconds. Okay, good.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Hi.
In the US side. So I'm so excited to be here. And after 6 months, we had the first online event. That was during COVID-19. And then Now it's of course depending on countries, sometimes coming down and sometimes still not yet, but we are continuing the online event. And then before going into the panel discussion, I'd like to a little bit talk about what is Mistletoe and also what we are doing in Singapore for Asia and global. So I'm gonna share the screen. Okay, I hope you guys can see this. Hi. So first of all, Mistletoe, we are. I'm based in Singapore, and then Mistletoe is the collective impact community. So we are focusing on positive impact of the social side and also in the world, and by using startup technology and also innovation. So pretty much focused on how we can make the world a better place. And then just a moment. So mission-wise, turning entrepreneurial challenges into world impact. So supporting the startup and technologies, and also try to create a global impact. That's our vision. And so we are very broad network globally. So we have 11 countries, and also we have more than 100 startup investment, and also the VCs. So in Asia, not so many, but we have a lot of friends in Japan and Silicon Valley, and also Europe. And then now we are ramping up the activities in Singapore and also Asia. So then we studied Audacity. This is the alternative universal design for a city. So it's quite an ambitious name, right? Because I try to create a city, something different from a current format. So if you look at 100 years ago, this is New York, 1913, Fifth Avenue. So we have many cars and road and buildings. This has been the format of the city. And then now, look at the current situation. Of course, different, but basically same format. The cars, many more cars, and beautiful roads and also buildings. But basically, the format is the same. So no wonder why, because 100 years ago, the cars, motorization was innovation, right? That was the beginning part of the urban city. So focusing on transportation and also logistics, and also more focusing on the workers, right? So try to create a city for the workers to be convenient and also efficient. So that was 100 years ago, but we may need to think now. So last 100 years, it would work, but becoming more like a problem, right? We are facing urbanization. And also, I think everybody experienced the COVID-19, right? And then I think because of the high density of the people and population, the infection will be spread more easily. Unfortunately, that is the truth. So people are thinking about more different type of the lifestyle or living style, right? For example, we are not commuting every day. So in that case, why we need to live, the center of the city? Maybe it's better to live outside, right? So all those kind of the options will be considered. And then, unfortunately, COVID is very bad, but it could be a very good chance for us to think about it. And then we studied the public-private, private-public partnership in Singapore, 2018 and 19. So government agency called the JTC, Jurong Town Corporation, which developed the Singapore land, about 30%, and also working with Nanyang Tech University and also Enterprise Singapore, which is supporting startup and also together with Mistletoe. So we create a project team to think about new sort of a city from zero scratch, because we are working on the west side of the Singapore. I know you guys know the east side of the Singapore, the beautiful cities, right? But I think a very centralized urban situation. And then if you look at the west side, it's actually still jungle and then almost nothing over there. So that's why we can do something new idea from zero scratch to create a city together with the government agencies and also university. So basically, we try to create alternative design options and then build from scratch, and then leveraging startup innovations and those, of course, ideas. And we map up actually the issues and also hypotheses for the future cities, and then categorize into 4 quadrants. And then we realize that usually when we talk about the smart city, it's a focusing on infrastructure, right? Logistics or housing, and also energy and also water, right? Of course, nothing wrong, that's essential. And then talking about automation and also AI or connected something, of course, that's quite important. But we realize a lot of things should be covered, including individual matters. Of course, learning is very important, and also working is important, and also wellness is important. All those things should be considered for the future city design. And also, we are facing elderly society, and also inequality is happening. So we need to think about how we can cover the variety of the people, right? And then community is now going away from the city. So how we can rebuild the community, that also part of the city design. And even production, we need to consider, because, for example, Singapore is the new vision, 30% food security by 2030. So now we need to think about the farming system to put into the city design as well. So I think quite complicated issues and also hypotheses we need to handle. That's actually we are trying to do. It's quite overwhelming, but quite interesting. And then at this moment, we set the sort of direction after the long discussion of the issues and also hypotheses for the future. So humanity-centric design, that is our direction to go. So we're gonna focus on more humanity rather than just automation. Of course, automation is important, but we need to consider the other side, or how we can empower people and how we can support the people's ideas, or how we can support the well-being, how we can be more decentralized. So all those things we are considering as a future design hypothesis. And then at the center, we put the human autonomy. This is more like a counterbalance. One-sided automation, of course, it will happen, should happen, but we need to have the other side, human autonomy, how we can support human autonomy by new technologies, new ideas, or new sort of this kind of the concept, right? That's actually we are debating and also arguing, and also try to do something, a tangible project. And then, but those are very complicated and also quite a broad scope. That's why now we are trying to create a community. So different type of people is required, because in order to solve the issues of the one side, but we need to have some other side of that knowledge, and we need to work together. That's why we try to create a community, and also we try to gather like-minded people. That's why we have this event. This is more like a discovery of the other like-minded people to work together. And hopefully by creating a community, so we can have more diversified opinions, and also we can encourage cross-pollination to have a new idea of the future, or alternative design of the future city. And on top of that, we are now developing Innovators Playground at Jurong Innovation District, which is the west side of the Singapore. So we are setting actual land place, not so big initially. I'm hoping in the future that could be more bigger because of the support of the government. But then set the sandbox so that the startup can come and then test and prototype, and also encourage young people because Nanyang Tech University is just a side of this run. So we try to involve more young people because the future is for them. And then we nurture talents and also technology over there, and then testing and prototyping happening. Then once it is successful, actually we try to deploy the technology, the city around that area. So city has always the center of the innovation, and then kind of continuous update would happen because of this mechanism. And then we're going to invite more startups locally and also global basis, and then try to create this kind of a beginning very small, but a startup playground or innovators playground, and then try many new ideas, and then support each other, and then inspire each other. And so actually, we inspired Bauhaus movement. This was almost 100 years ago. And that was a school actually in Germany, right? And then, but since then, the concept has been spread out globally. And then hopefully Audacity could be next generation of the Bauhaus position. Of course, I know this is not happening yet, but that's our wish and also hope. So today's theme is human autonomy in the age of automation 2020. So we'd like to discuss this. We had actually 3 years ago had a big event at Stanford University, 2017, Human Autonomy in the Age of the Automation. We have some report. So that was 3 years ago. That's why I think it's now a good timing to discuss with this theme together with great speakers today. So we have the three guests. Taijo Song, of course, Mr. To's founder, and the Aya Miyaguchi, Ethereum Foundation, one of the leaders, and also David Branner, ModuleQ, it's a personal AI startup. So yeah, please join us, join the panel. Hello.
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 Can you hear me?
Is this working?
I hear you loud and clear.
I hear you, all of you guys.
Yeah, we have a technology glitches a little bit. Always that would happen, right? Yeah.
Wait, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, okay,
Yes.
good.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm wondering other
I hear you,
people can
Taijo.
hear us, but yeah. So anyway, so yeah, that's so exciting because we are almost like a friends and family, and also you know, we have a common sort of a value. That's why I'm so excited to discuss about this very interesting theme. So automation and also human autonomy, right? So yeah, begin with you know, I'd like to share some little bit about 2017 discussion first. Okay. It's a little bit small, so I'm not so sure you guys can see or read. I'm need a senior glass these days, though. So you know, it's a long discussion, almost 2-3 days, but summary will be this one pager. So the new era is coming, machine intelligence, of course we know, and then obviously diminish the value of the human contribution, of course, right? unfortunately, because more part will be done by AI and also robots, right? And then automation and labor displacement would happen. And then the report said that speed of disruption will be higher, faster than retraining or speed of education, unfortunately. That is observation. And also, then this is a Harvard Business Review 2014. So the zero economic citizen phenomena could happen. So this is a very sad story, but the benefit of AI as a robots, we hope that will be distributed to everybody, but unfortunately, that could not happen. So no trickle down. Trickle down is basically wealthy people will be more wealthy people. The wealthiness will be coming down to the all citizens. That was an assumption, but it wouldn't happen. So that's the Harvard Business Review said, unfortunately. And then we discuss, many sort of how we can address these issues. One is a basic income versus a basic asset, or as we discuss this, like, okay, technology, one side of the automation, eliminate people. Okay, what about the other side? Supporting the human or human autonomy by technology. So, but of course, no conclusion because a never-ending story. So, and then we like to discuss, okay, now, so after 3 years, what would be like situation-wise? That's a big sort of theme. So, okay, so first of all, just look back stage, 3 years. So technology, what happened? And then, what would be the situation of human autonomy would be respected or just, left as it is. So, okay, who want to say something? Raise your hand. Maybe David?
Sure.
Yeah. Maybe you can introduce yourself. Yeah, you can introduce yourself a little bit, and also, just say something about, okay, the last 3 years, the situation has been maybe automation situation, and also how do you see the human autonomy aspect of the technology?
Yeah, this is a subject that, as you know, I'm very passionate about, and so Taizo and I, please jump in and cut me off when you have something better to say on the topic. But let me introduce myself briefly and give you some context on why I care about this so much, and then I will certainly respond to this point about has AI been diminishing the value of human contribution over the past 3 years, and is it likely to over the next few decades? So my background, I'm a Silicon Valley native and went to Stanford for my undergrad in computer science. I actually became fascinated by AI in high school. So in my high school English class, I wrote my English paper on AI. I went to the local library and found all the books, all three, about AI, and went to Stanford to pursue that interest, where I had the good fortune to be able to study with Professor Edward Feigenbaum, who was one of the great minds and pioneering figures in AI back in the 60s and 70s. He had built a lot of AI systems to help people handle complex military environments. So, battle theaters where there's lots going on, and if you're not in control of the situation, if you don't make good decisions, it can be fatal. And I thought that was fascinating. But I was interested in whether we could take some of those same ideas and apply them to other aspects of our life outside of military conflict. At the time, computation was so expensive that all you could use it for was military applications. But now, or it seemed to me at the time, that there was a possibility, business situations are very complex. Our personal lives are very complex. What if we could take these ideas of data fusion AI and use them to help people be smart in complex, challenging situations in their own lives? And so in pursuit of that dream, I went to the Boston Consulting Group for a couple of years in Tokyo, in San Francisco. Then I went to Harvard to a joint PhD program at the Harvard Business School at Harvard Computer Science. And I focused on how we can integrate humans and computers more effectively in my PhD research. And I was inspired by work done by a Harvard Business School professor, Shoshana Zuboff, back in the early 80s and late 70s, who found that we can really use AI and software in two ways. We can use it to automate people out of the equation. And Atsushi, I think when you're talking about the potential for diminished value of human contribution and robots taking over, and people don't have anything to do anymore, we're just observed by the AI. That is that vision of sort of top-down AI that really reduces humans to cogs in the machine. But she had another vision for software, which was augmentation, or what I think we describe as preserving human autonomy and having the AI be complementary. And that was the vision that I wanted to pursue. And so coming out of my PhD program, I founded a company called Module Q. I won't go into detail just now on what Module Q does, but we are focused on giving people the right information at the right time so that they can be smarter and achieve more. And so my view is that actually 3 years ago, I think there was a very pessimistic view of AI. And I think that senior executives were looking at AI and they were saying, gee, we're just going to automate everything. What are we going to need people for? Now, 3 years later, I think people are beginning to recognize that although AI is very powerful for certain tasks and certain classes of problems, the capabilities of AI and the capabilities of people are different. And because they're different, that means that if you can have them doing the right things, it's actually a form of division of labor. And as Adam Smith said, the division of labor is what drives the creation of wealth. And the more extensive your division of labor, the greater the creation of wealth. And so there are actually more opportunities for people as you have a greater role for AI. And I would just maybe mention two things. One is that Accenture, in their recent survey of senior executive leaders, found that 79% of executives believe that human AI collaboration will be crucial to the future of innovation in their organizations. So they recognize, and executive leaders now are recognizing that it's about putting the humans and the machines together, not about replacing one with the other. The other thing that I would point to, and I think this would be an interesting topic perhaps for all of us to talk about later, is the way that because of the pandemic actually, and the way that we are all now working in virtual reality, right? We're in virtual reality now. Every day I spend my whole day from morning to night in a virtual office, in a virtual world. My world is now more global. I fly less, but I don't fly at all, but I'm interacting with people from around the world. But the important thing about that is that because it is virtual, AI can participate. So you can have AI transcriptions, you can have AI suggestions, you can have AI augmentation. And so the pandemic and the shift to these virtual reality workplaces and environments actually creates the perfect environment for AI to make us smarter.
Great. Yeah, thanks so much. So yeah, it's a collaboration. So AI and also people have more chance to collaborate together. So that's actually one sort of direction. Though in that sense, I think Aya, you're working on the blockchain, and the blockchain is actually especially Ethereum, it's a smart contracts running. So smart contract will do more like a programmable blockchain, right? So in that case, maybe the blockchain impact will be, I think, similar to the collaboration, human also machine, or maybe sometimes eliminate, maybe a human's part. And I just want to hear your opinion from that angle, and also what you're doing. Also, maybe please share. Yeah.
Okay, I will try to remember the question you just said. So, hi everyone, my name is Aya Miyaguchi. I lead the Ethereum Foundation. The Ethereum Foundation basically supports everything about Ethereum, but originally it was a team, a group of people who were building the platform of Ethereum. And the platform is Ethereum, and then everything around it, it's actually an open source project. Anyone can participate. Now the open source community has grown so big, and then so the EFs, well, we call the Ethereum Foundation EF, but EF's role has shifted to support this entire ecosystem and community. So we support the ecosystem members financially, non-financially, and education and everything around it. so I think the technology has grown so much, and I think the internet was originally created for like a human freedom, and then that was Web 1.0, and then Web 2.0, where I think Taizo-san and Tyler-san, like you are like an expert there. Like it made it.
You're saying
so...
we are old?
No. It made it so accessible, but also like easy to use and everything. At the same time, somehow the original intention and also the control by each individual has somehow lost to some extent, or like to huge extent. And so that's what we're trying to do with blockchain, or especially with public Ethereum blockchain, is to sort of like bring that one is distributing the power, but also bringing the power and control back to each person, and also like encouraging everyone to participate in the system, that you can also be part of the system, but also like you can verify the transactions, or you can view like what is happening like behind this transaction you're trying to make. So that's basically what blockchain or like Ethereum is trying to do. And then you can build any applications. And then but the problem is the same with any technology. The technology is just that, the technology can do something, but the human behind it, like the intention behind it is more important. Like if it can be used for something really good or something really bad. And that hasn't changed. And because of that, like how you connect the original person, like each person's intention and the technology is very important. And that's what you can do with Ethereum, with also smart contract too. And that's where we see the potential. But again, it is also important for each person to be responsible for what they're trying to do with it. And that is a different problem or a different challenge that we always have.
So basically blockchain, in general, technology enable individual or empower individual, but individual will have maybe intention, different intention, right? Sometimes good intention, sometimes not good.
Yeah.
Right?
It is an infrastructure. So if you think about the public infrastructure, normally government provides, and there are lawyers, there are like auditors, there are like construction people, or those people, like you coordinate this, and then you basically program these coordinations and also work itself with blockchain or with Ethereum. That's what you do, and then build a solution as an application. But again, like it's how you program it is really totally up to you. And I hope like we encourage people to, like you use it in the right way, or for the world that we hope the world to be. Yeah. But it is an infrastructure that you can use it for. At least this is providing a power for everyone to be part of the infrastructure. Normally you let government to build. Yeah.
Yeah. So there are hope and also possibility of the good for the humans. And so AIs and blockchain, and well, that's kind of foundation of the next generation. But talking about next generation foundation, so Taizo-san, you're passionate about the learning space, right? And then I know you wrote a blog. Okay, human autonomy is very important for learning, especially for kids, right? So slightly different angle, but you can talk about that, the direction. Yeah. Why human autonomy is important for learning. Yeah.
Yes. At the virtual open city one, I shared the interesting word that the COVID-19 is the minimal viable catastrophe. Right? So, and everybody have recognized that this is, so we have to shift to the new normal. Even though what is a anyway, we have to shift to the new one. We have to change the lifestyle or the working style and so on, everything. But and so last, if you look at the last couple of months, we all saw that that there are so many problems in the world, such as the Japanese society is now increasing. So each country is becoming a nationalism. Nationalism is more powerful than before, and the most can't go to the school, so they are through the online that they are learning something. But everybody, including the kids, not only the kids but also even the parents, that this terrible experience. And what is a school? We started wondering that what is a school and what kind of the learning environment is the idea for kids or even adults. So those kind of things we started thinking and discussing, and still, so we are all wondering what it is and what is the ideal way, the best way. And for me, I came to know more than before that that capitalism, so digital capitalism, is the very, very powerful, and it penetrates to our deeper mind, that we are affected to digital capitalism. So the capitalism that encourages the division of labor, as David said, and digitization pursue the efficiency to the utmost limit, right? And so people are living in the metropolitan area and live in the city, and the people are and watching the speed of the film or the and so on, and that those kind of news feed are to the each person. So people are seeing or reading or watching they like to see, right? So in that sense, we are losing the common sense. So the society is now the fragment and disorganized, and everybody are looking getting the different information, different news, and so we are losing the ties of the community, the bonds of the community, especially when we live in the big city. The people are in a sense atomized, and so we have less the ties, relationship with the community, local community. So I realized that there's some kind of the new totalitarianism in what we call the fascism. Of course, we can't see any the specific charismatic, like the charismatic leader like Hitler or Nazis, but we are now affected by the big the digital the company like Google, Amazon, Facebook, Apple, and so on, and we are sharing the same value simultaneously, and so we are now becoming we are now facing at the similar situation of the war and the World War II, and when we look at the history, in Germany, in Japan, or in Italy, the citizens are the very, very intelligent and sophisticated, but we very sad tragedy that the totally fascism government will prevail, and then they started the World War II. So in my gut feeling, we are now facing the similar situation. That the world is now, in a sense, a little bit scary. So in that sense, I think we should definitely look for instead of watching the bad scenario, but we should definitely pursue the good scenarios. So that's why I started talking about human autonomy. So it leads to the true democratization. So that's what I'm thinking. I'm sorry, I can't tell nicely. But yeah, I hope that it makes sense to all of you guys.
Yeah, and then also you mentioned that the human autonomy will be important for learning, right? So kids education.
Yeah.
So
yeah. So always future. The kids will make a future. So instead of the giving the bad effects to them, we should provide a good environment for the kids. So that's why yeah, I'm very passionate about updating the education system, and so that we can create the good environment for the kids.
Yeah, I see. So yeah, so Dave, any opinion on the?
Yeah, I have a question, Atsushi, if that's okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Could I ask a question?
Yeah, please. Yeah, that's our intention.
Thank you. And it's sort of interesting because I feel like we have all three sort of we have the whole spectrum here. I'm the optimist. I'm seeing AI as being incredibly exciting here and taking us in a very positive direction. I think AI is right in the middle. People can use it for good or evil, and so I hope your predictions are not right. I won't debate them.
I'm always reasonably skeptical.
Yeah.
About.
They're reasonable. I hope they're wrong. But I have a question for you, Taizo, which is one of the things that since perhaps the first time that I met you, you've talked about is how you envision a world where people can work from anywhere, they can work with anyone, they can bring their unique talents to where they're needed. And it seems like in some ways, maybe part of the difference between the world now and the world, say, in the 1920s, is that it used to be that, physical goods moved around internationally, but we only connected in our own local communities. And in many ways, the pandemic has made it very clear to me, I don't have any connections to my local community. I hardly even see my next door neighbor, but I'm constantly connected to the global community. I start the day talking with people in London, then I talk with people on the East Coast, on the West Coast, and I end the day talking with people in Singapore and then Saudi Arabia. And so I'm curious if the connectivity and the way that, and I think blockchain may play a role in our ability to coordinate these interactions and these collaborations globally. Do you think that the way that normal people are much more connected globally and are working together collaboratively might be a check on the tendencies of nationalism and even fascism? Yeah, that's a very good point, I think. So that's the complete difference between the 1920s and today. So I strongly hope that we can have the new common sense or new democracy or the new globalism, which doesn't mean that the global economy, but as the world citizen, we share the good values internationally. So that will, I hope that will be the new democracy for us to fight against the evil nationalism or the fascism and so on.
And it's an amazing, great technology, I believe, of course. But the technology, so you can take advantage of that technology. So usually, easily, the monarchy government can they take advantage of that power to control or manage the citizens, or monitor the citizens, like China, and so scoring and so on. But on the other hand, as you are pursuing that direction, that the AI is a great technology to empower individuals, enhance our individual power to create the good things. So I believe that we should definitely utilize that power to create a good policy or empowering the individuals. So that's what I'm thinking.
That's very interesting. Digitally powered democracy. So what do you think? Because Ethereum sounds like played a good important role for that digitally powered democracy. How do you think about that angle?
I think something like common goods. Normally, like back in those days, like you have to expect governments to provide that, right? And then there were a lot of problems with it, like unless the government is really right. Or now, not that governments can also be part of it, but you can basically create like a global common goods together, and blockchain can definitely help with that. And then including like who to govern, who wants to use it, but who to participate in the governance, and who to verify it and everything. That's something like that this technology is providing, something very new. Like it's not just only for public common goods, but I do think I personally am very passionate, and then also feel, see potential, and hoping that's like my optimistic side for especially Ethereum public blockchain, because these, the team is building something very hard. If you want to make it public, meaning like a giving power to everyone, that's not an easy job technically. But like at least the technical side of the team, they don't compromise on that, because that's it. That's the goal. And so hopefully this will create like a new image. During this COVID time, like we always had to think about, now you can't even travel like with your passport and your citizenship and everything. The governments, like we like, I think even if you're not in the blockchain industry, like I think everyone had to think about this, the power you have, like where you can't even travel where you want to go. And I'm not saying that blockchain can let you, but can definitely help solve these problems that having these governments have. Or now we definitely need to, there's like a huge gap between how we live our life and the systems, the old systems. You still need your passport, and you still need to prove where you are by providing your, banking information or something like that. And there is a huge gap between like how we live and the systems work. And I'm hoping the technology can fill that.
Yeah, it's another positive side of technology. So digitally empower democracy and also empower individuals. So, and David, so then in conjunction with AI, with that, for example, blockchain, what do you think? It's maybe could be powerful, but someone said, combining AI and also blockchain could be, I think, becoming dystopia, like Big Brother. But, as I mentioned, on the other hand, blockchain will empower individual to realize maybe digitally powered democracy. So what do you think is a combination of AI and also all those, ideas and blockchain idea?
I think it's a great question, Atsushi. And, I think there's, Yep, there is certainly truth in that the technologies that we are developing can create surveillance on a scale and at a level of sophistication that nobody could have dreamed of. I mean, when George Orwell wrote 1984, I mean, I reread 1984 a little while back, and it's like, oh, that actually doesn't seem so bad compared to what we're doing now. The ability to capture extremely detailed data, and not only that, but to use AI to be constantly making sense of it, so that you don't miss anything, right? I mean, it used to be that at least if you were going to have surveillance, it took up time and energy for people to watch. Now you can use AI to do the watching, and you can look for suspicious patterns and then focus the people on that. So there's no question that the threat from extreme surveillance is very real. At the same time, I think there's a countervailing force, which is that increasingly research shows, and there's been some fantastic research by my friend and board member Ethan Bernstein at the Harvard Business School on this. The more surveillance you have, the less people learn, the less people innovate, the less productive they are, the less creative they are. And because of that, what it means is if you have too much surveillance, ultimately your society is going to decline. And so again, my view on this is optimistic. I think ultimately it's the societies that choose to manage the balance between personal space and surveillance and so forth, that protect privacy and personal space, that will ultimately be successful. And so I think you might see a replay of what we saw with the United States and the Soviet Union with central planning, same sort of thing, that going forward, the societies that protect privacy will also be the ones that are more innovative and that grow. It also is interesting that when I speak with senior executives about deploying our product, and our product looks in very great detail at an individual's work data, our position on it is that we will not allow you to use our product for surveillance. If you want to do that with it, you cannot be our customer. We won't sell it to you. It's a violation of our terms of service. But that's not a problem, because people aren't buying our technology for surveillance. They're buying it to help their people be more creative. And they actually understand that in the same way that back in the physical age, when we went to physical offices, you didn't walk into one of your team members' offices and pull out the drawer and look through their desk, right? You would give them a certain amount of privacy and personal space, and we need to recreate that personal space and privacy in the digital world.
I see. So the positivity is also quite important, right? Because of course, we are talking about automation, human autonomy, but I think it's depend on us, right? How we can see the technology positively and also try to see the opportunities for the future by utilizing technology. That's more like not others individually. We need to think about it. So, and then we have a lot of startup audience, and then maybe just a last question for individual each of you. And so, what kind of sort of technology or services could be good for human autonomy empowered? So I just maybe it's just a rough idea. So don't need to be a startup pitch, but if we have some idea, okay, I want to have this kind of a the technology or startup, to see the positive side of the technology and also human automation. Maybe I don't know who can start. Anyone?
Yep.
Yeah. Yep.
In this, reading so many books about the history, the pre-modern history, or the medieval age, that before the industrialization happened, right? And so this is a common feature, a common element that even in even Europe or the United States or Japan, Asia, the people before becoming the farmer, the specialized farmer, that everybody is farmer in a sense. And so everybody was growing the vegetables to make a living, and also they made everything by themselves, like they're building a house or making a cloth by themselves, of course the foods, energy, and so on. it's because they had to do it to make a living, right? So I think that I can see that the good from the kind of ages that of course, not telling that we should get back to the medieval age, but of course, but spirit-wise, if we could create everything by ourselves, then we don't have to rely on the government or the big corporations. So utilizing the latest advanced technology using AI and robots, and if we could make grow the good food, organic foods by ourselves, we don't have to buy from the Whole Foods, right? If we could make the completely personalized, the best fitted the clothes using the 3D printers and so on, we don't have to buy the H&M or Uniqlo and so on. And then it obviously will save the costs of the living, and also enhance our lives, and also it will create joy or joy of the living, spending time. So I believe that the AI and robots will save our time, and we can enjoy the fruits of the technology. We don't have to walk from the morning till the late night. So some people ask me that what kind of thing we should do after the age of the AI and robots. Well, you don't have to walk, and it's like a heaven, right? Paradise. Then we can play. So, play means that. So my point is, means that the creating the growing foods, the vegetables, the plants, trees, flowers, or making the anything what we want. So that itself is full of joy. So so we should definitely create that kind of world, the future, by utilizing the advanced technology. So that's what I'm thinking, and also I will definitely pursue that direction to so that we can make that kind of world happen.
So everybody is makers and creators and grower. So that's actually powered by behind the scene the technology, but it's a humans more center of the world. That sounds great. That's positive. So thank you. So maybe Aya, so what's your perspective? What kind of you actually created the fund with the UNICEF, right? And then what kind of service you are expecting?
So I always believe that emerging markets have huge potential to teach the rest of the world how to create these systemic changes that and then that's one of the reasons why we decided to work with the UNICEF team. And I mean, which I didn't get to talk about too much today, but there are a lot of applications that are starting from there. And I don't really like the term social impact, especially lately, that it kind of has this bland image, but it's like for those people in the emerging market, it's not like they're really trying to sell the name social impact. They're just trying to solve the problem right in front of them, right? And then but that way, how they're created, because they're really desperate to solve the problem. It's like it's often life or death problem, and from there we can learn like how they can be like how you can be creative about solving problem. So that's where I see the potentials and opportunities that I'm actually about to talk about this in a week at ETH Online. It's like the biggest Ethereum event online. It's really, like for the community to think about the opportunities in emerging market, and not just for you to do a good thing there. So some of the example is there's a team in Mexico that this is actually from UNICEF Crypto Fund, that they're providing a platform for you to pick any blockchain and then for information or data provider to use blockchain. And then it's like basically it can be COVID information that you can verify. You can see the transparent for the subsidies, where the money you pay goes, kind of thing. And it sounds simple, but I think simple solution is very important and has huge potential to create a big impact. And another example is like in Africa, this like they're working with, one team is working with an insurance provider, and then in Eastern Africa, they have like hundreds of millions of farmers that they don't have insurance, and the weather affects a lot for their productivities and also for their income, like a revenue and everything. But smart contract can actually help with that. Working with the weather index, and you can put that for you to get paid based on the policy. But normally this would require a lot of lawyers, a lot of regulation costs and everything. It's actually disrupting things that way because they are desperate. So I think I'm telling people to find a reason that changes are absolutely necessary. And that doesn't really happen often, unfortunately, in the comfortable places and the convenient places. So that's where I'm excited and I'm most interested in.
Great. Yeah, thank you. So David, how do you think about, it's what kind of the service? Of course, you're running the startup, but maybe your ideas are good for the human autonomies. Any ideas?
I think that it's related to a lot of the themes that have come up here, and it's really about how information and knowledge enables autonomy. And I would go back to Taizo's point about sort of this idea that we can all be makers, and there have been some comments about this as well. We can be makers, we can be farmers, and really often the crucial ingredient is knowledge and information. What is the right plant to grow in this climate? When should I plant it? How much sunlight should it get? What kind of fertilizer does it need to have a good yield? How can I create food as a derivative product from some of the things that I grew? What are good recipes? What is the 3D printing pattern or instructions for printing the tool that I need to fix this machine that I have? And so I think what's so interesting is that now that information can all become available. The place where AI and augmentation comes in is there's too much of it. So how do you filter that down and create a system that can learn and can help communities direct the right information to the right person at the right time, so that Taizo can grow exactly the right vegetables and get the best yield and support his family? And I think that's where what has been so fascinating to me to watch. And I think April was asking a question in the comments about ways to recognize value and contribution in society that is perhaps non-monetary. It's interesting to see the social media. There's lots, of course, negative effects of social media, but there are also positive effects around communities now being able to share information globally. And I just give the example of during the pandemic, everyone ran out of yeast, right? There wasn't enough yeast, at least here in the US, for all the people that wanted to bake bread. And so there are global communities on social media all sharing how you can make yeast from dried figs, how you can make yeast from dried raisins. Almost anything turns out you can probably make yeast from, and you can bake your own bread. And so that, to me, there's a fascinating interconnection between those kinds of communities, recognition in those communities, value creation, and then ultimately supporting human autonomy. And I think there will be countless opportunities for startups and entrepreneurs in helping the right information find the right home and filtering out the gold dust in that information that will make people more successful in their endeavors.
That's great. So yeah, we already passed the time, but I think it's a very good idea. So when basically Taizo said, okay, technology will be, of course, advancing, but empower people to create something, make something, and grow something. That's very positive side. That's one idea, for startup maybe. And then I mentioned that, okay, focus on emerging market, how to fix the problem by using the technology, empower people. That's another angle. And then David mentioned that, okay, providing information, right timing, right place, and then empower the people. That's actually the power of the technology and also AI. So all those are maybe a hint for the human autonomy side of the technology, I guess. And also ultimately, as we have very good the keyword today. So the technology empowered global democratization. I think that's quite fascinating, big sort of a vision. I think I hope that we can do that. But in the end, it's more like an individual role, right? So I mentioned it's the depend on the individual. The tool is a tool. Behind the scene, the people, how we have a good intention. Of course, sometimes about intention, but how we can have a positive, good intention. That's sort of in the end, the conclusion of us today. So thank you very much for everyone, and then join us. And then I think we had very interesting discussion. Then hopefully we can have another session in the future. Thank you.
Okay, thank you
very much.
Bye.
Bye.
So the next segment is it's an unlock panel where we will have Yang-En and Jeremy hold space with 4 trailblazing startup founders that want to share their experiences in rebuilding a world that is cleaner, safer, and kinder. They will also be sharing the Audacity vision for Singapore to help the world grow a new herd of green unicorns. What a Freddy.
It's a girl.
It's a girl.
Hey everyone.
Yeah, we just thought it was unfair for Mirinda to be the only lady on the panel. So 2 of us decided to join her. We're here to join you.
Hey, this is super cool. You guys, you're having a great time.
I think we're waiting for Stuart. But maybe I can do the introductions while he joins us. Oh, Stuart is waiting on the backstage for approval. So he's going to join us anytime. Stuart, would you come in?
Join the party.
Well, we're also celebrating the first birthday of the Audacity project. So Yang-En and I were from the Audacity Innovation Playground. And this open house also marks the first birthday of Audacity. So thank you very much for joining us today.
Oh, and they're gone.
All right, that's Stuart.
Hey, Stuart. Like, test, can you guys hear me? Do you guys hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
You guys can hear me, right? Can you?
Yes. Yep. I can hear Miranda and Eugene.
Great, great.
Can you guys hear that in the background?
Somewhat.
A little bit.
Yeah.
Should I mute myself? Speaking of building things with their own hands, we're actually working on renovating and building out new floors for our first floor. So that's the saw that's going on in the backyard. I can mute myself.
We also have fighter jets flying above us. So when you guys hear a loud roaring, that's the Singapore Air Force at work, and we will then. So for the session today, we will discuss the planning and actions involved with the Great Green Rebuild. So what these amazing guests are doing to rebuild the world greener and kinder, so we don't end up in some dystopic disaster movie in the future. So let me introduce the panelists. We'll start with the lady, the rose amongst the thorns, Mirinda Wong. She's a plastics pollution crusader and recipient of the United Nations Young Champion of the Earth Award. And Stuart, the gentleman with the glasses, is a real multinational gentleman. He is American, Japanese, living in China, grew up in Singapore, and spends a lot of his time in the Middle East. He's an agri-tech startup founder at last year, and he's a recipient of this year's World Economic Forum Zero Hunger Champion Award. And next, Edric, I think you're the youngest in this group, maybe. You and Miranda. He's very passionate about human flourishing and wellness, and he's a top alumni of Singapore National University and Google. And finally, Eugene Wong. He is almost legendary in Southeast Asia food tech scene. He won the largest startup event in Southeast Asia called Screenshot at Switch. And he has a new.
Oops. Did we just?
Yeah, this is last time again.
Yeah. Oh, okay, here they are.
Okay, should we you guys catch the final introduction with Eugene Wong? With Eugene?
Yeah, I guess we
Slingshot
can.
prize winner.
Yeah.
And he's the founder of Sophie's BioNutrients. It's a food tech startup. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, good. So thank you, Eugene, Stuart, Miranda, and Edric for joining us today. Let's kick off the panel. So let's start with hearing more about what you guys are doing and how are the products and solutions that you guys are building so important for this rebuild, right? Cities and governments worldwide trying to rebuild for a better world post-COVID. How is it relevant? So please, maybe Miranda, you would like to start first?
Sure. Hi, everyone. My name is Miranda. I'm a Chinese Canadian living in California, US. I'm calling you from San Jose, California right now. I'm the co-founder and CEO of a startup called BioSelection, and we're at the nexus of chemical recycling for plastics and also in sustainable materials innovation. And so what we do is we're addressing a huge global problem of plastic pollution, which a lot of you have probably heard. The problem is that globally, over 300 million metric tons of plastics are produced every year from fossil fuels, but less than 9% of it is actually being properly recycled. And so the remaining 91% of it ends up in our landfills, it ends up in our oceans, and it ends up being incinerated where it becomes CO2, which causes climate change. And so really the root of the problem is that plastics are not in a circular economy or circular cycle, right? They're in a linear economy. And so my company's mission is to be part of the solution in enabling the plastics that are really low value and uneconomical to recycle right now. We're creating the new recycling technologies to break them down and turn them into chemicals. And then what we do is we use these chemicals and we synthesize sustainable materials, high-performing sustainable materials from them, and we sell them into the supply chains for making cars, sporting goods, fashion and apparel products, and so on and so forth. And so what we're doing is we're enabling more recycling, and also through the life cycle analysis we've done in our chemical process that we've developed, we actually can manufacture these sustainable materials with about half of the carbon footprint. So it's actually a much more greener manufacturing process. And so we're currently working on scaling up our technology and bring the first samples of our materials onto the market. There's a couple of interested brands that really want to apply this material. And so we're working on right now commercializing our technology and the products from it.
Cool. Eugene, how about you?
Yeah, so my background is a little bit more complicated. I was born and grew up in a Buddhism family where we're 3 generations making vegetarian food. So prior to coming to Singapore, I was actually in California as well, trying to sell plant-based seafood. A company called Salvage Kitchen is still in operation today. And then along the years, consumers keep asking, can the products have equivalent nutritional value like the real seafood? Answer was no, because we're using potato starch and pea protein and yum. How can it be? So that got me into this new venture here in Singapore. We're trying to develop a way for people to use the nutrients from the ocean without using the animal. And so the technology basically is just fermenting microalgae for protein and a lot of other nutrients. Using fermentation technology, which I can explain later, is that not only it will require very minimum resources, contamination can be controlled. You don't need antibiotic or hormone. You don't have plastic microbes. You don't have heavy metal pollution. But also because microalgae grows really fast, only 3 days, we can harvest it. And so the resources you will need will be very little. And so implication for the world food supply with this technology will be tremendous. And that's what we're working on here in Singapore. Over to you.
Yeah. How about Edric? Because we have food security, we talk about recycling. How about in the mental wellness space?
Yes. Hi, everyone. Yeah, so I'm working on a new startup called Warm Space. It is a platform that tries to engineer serendipity for deep human connection. So I don't know about you guys, but typically this kind of connection and conversation are really hard to come by. You might pop up in a party or like happen to be in a festival, and even if you're with the right person at the right time, without the right intention and environment, it's hard to form this type of connection. So what we do is it's a video platform. So imagine you go on this, something like Hopin, but one-on-one with a complete stranger, and we have an AI or a tool that will facilitate the whole conversation for you. We include music, meditation, the right conversation prompts, and you're guided within 1 hour. You're able to connect deeply and truly to one another in a very humane and human way. And I think answering the question about how this is relevant post-COVID world, we've seen how COVID has accelerated the problems that we've ignored for most people, the problems of mental health. And I think we live in an escapism society where it's just filled with a lot of junk food, not only the literal junk food, but also I'm talking about porn, gossip, alcohol, drugs. It's very easy for them to get away from what's real. And COVID has kind of given everybody that shock that, hey, there's actually a lot going on inside that I need to reevaluate my priorities. And social connections is one of them. The statistics says like not having a real genuine social connection is equivalent to the risk of dying from smoking cigarettes. And it's something that a lot of people ignore until COVID has kind of given everyone that kind of attention to this particular part that's a little fuzzy and soft that people tend to ignore. So I think post-COVID, this will become more relevant. People have become more accustomed to digital video connections, something that's real. Study has shown that people who usually use social media as a way to look at news and entertainment has now gone back to its original root, which is to actually connect with their friends and family. So we think that this trend is going to continue, and the importance of mental health and well-being and genuine social connection will be more important than ever. And Warm Space wants to provide that avenue for people to connect truly with and have that conversations that matter.
Cool. Okay, Stuart, how about you? Stuart, are you there with us now? Okay. Oh no. Stuart, I think we can't hear you. You're gonna check if the audio is working well on your end. Okay, I think there might be some technical difficulties. Maybe Stuart, you might want to refresh the window and join again. In the meantime, I just want to give a quick shout out to all the audience who are here with us in our panel. If you guys have any questions, any point in time for our panelists, please feel free to drop them into the chat box, right? So we'll leave about 5 to 10 minutes towards the end of the panel, where we address some of your burning questions, right? Okay, so I think while waiting for Stuart to join us, maybe we'll pick up with another question. Actually, I would love to hear from Eugene, right? Because when we talk about food, the food system, we know that traditionally it's really environmentally unsustainable. Right? Food usually has to travel many miles to reach places, to reach cities. At the same time, problems with food waste, that are coming on stream. How should we rebuild the food system better? And in your opinion, what does the green future look like for food and agriculture?
Yeah, that's a very big question, Youngman. It's actually possibly will be my whole talk for. I can talk about this for about a whole day, possibly even a whole week. We don't have that kind of time.
2 hours.
I know. But long answer short is that Singapore is definitely at the forefront. Singapore is the leader of the future food. Just like you said, the conventional or the current way of food production is not going to be sustainable going forward into the future. You look at the amount of space you need to grow crops, to grow animals, to grow even fishes in the water, no matter fresh or seawater, it's just gigantic. And no wonder a lot of input that we use on growing these foods, be it herbicide, fertilizer, or permanent antibiotic, runs into the environment. And not to mention, when you have more population, you have to do more deforestation to make space for these operations. And we already know, or possibly some of the audience didn't know, is that the amount of deforestation really contribute to the global warming. It's not just about our activities, getting out the carbon dioxide into the atmosphere. It's not just that. It is also having to do with the amount of forest we cut down. And why is that? Part of it is energy that we need. And another big part of it is the food we need. So really, the future, in my opinion, is a contained operation for growing food. And what that will be is exactly what Singapore is doing right now. We're talking about vertical farming. We're talking about indoor farm. We're talking about rooftop farming, indoor aquaculture, indoor chicken farms, and a lot of the fermentation of culture meat, fermentation of microbes, like what we're doing here in Singapore. Everything will be either in a bioreactor or in the building. Why? So that you will give out minimum contamination to the environment. You have the best control, the most flexibility in terms of supply chain, in terms of distribution. So the next natural disaster or pandemic hit, you wouldn't run into the food security and this supply chain disruption issue that we're seeing in the world today. And that's the future I see for the world. And Singapore is the only nation, or the best nation at least, to answer this call. That's my opinion.
What a great opening.
It is a great summary. Overview.
If Stuart was here, he would have said he would be sharing that he's planning to move his headquarters to Singapore. So there's a good reason why we are attracting so much talent who want to change the world here to Singapore. Marinda, I've got a question for you, because I think what we've heard from Eugene is a really far out view on how to contain the impact of humanity into our living environment, right? On the plastics front, there's been a heated discussion of plastics recycling as largely being a myth today, to this point in time. As most plastics that people throw into the recycling pile do not get recycled, do not get reused, do not become new products. What are your thoughts on how you can create a system that truly walks the talk?
Really good questions, because it's getting to the root of the problem here, right? Which is, plastics have been invented over 100 years ago. You've you probably never heard of the first plastic. It was called Bakelite. I mean, there's so many plastics made since then. They've been around for a really long time. They've been widely commercialized for over 70 years now. So why is it that we have done such a poor job at recycling? I think a big part of it is technological, which is the fundamental way chemistry works in this world, which is that your entropy is always increasing, or delta S is always positive. And so what that means is you know, you're always getting messier and messier. The minute you start taking molecules, you mix them together, and you make things, they get messier and messier. And so it takes a lot of energy, and a lot of the time on a molecular level is impossible for you to take a mixture, a plastic, you know, for example, a plastic bottle like this, right? This is actually made with a mixture of stuff in it. It has additives and it has colorants. Even the polymer itself has maybe 20 different kinds of chemical plastics inside, right? So you can't really take that apart very effectively. That's just kind of, first of all, on a technological level, the way that nature works. And so then the question comes down to the kinds of recycling that have been around. How have they been working, and what is their limitation? And it really comes down to right now, the plastics are still relatively simpler, like, you know, they're clear plastics and PET plastics. Those have been mechanically recycled today, which means we're treating them just like we treat metal. So we're shredding it, we're washing it, we sort them by color, and then we melt them and try to inject them again if they're thermoplastic. But that doesn't go very well for most plastic out there, right? So there's a technological limitation embedded in how molecules work. That's really what it is. And if you look at further how this on a societal level has played out, is that because it takes so much extra time and energy for plastics to be sorted and processed, the economics behind recycling are just terrible. I mean, even if a consumer, so what I have learned in this space, very interestingly, is that the word recycling means something different to a consumer versus an actual recycler. To a consumer, recycling just means I'm putting a plastic bottle into the right bin. But that's actually not recycling. All you're doing is you're putting it into a bin. That's literally all you're doing. The actual recycling happens after that. And most of the time, the economics are not there. And that's where the governmental policies can work on incentivizing and encouraging some vendor to take the time to take that plastic, clean it, and try to recycle it. But then you still come down to the limitation of most of the plastics that we use are technologically very difficult for you to make use of again. And so that's why the future that I see in this space is that we have to do a combination of a couple of things. And they don't have necessarily a strict order, but they all have to happen. The first is that we need to seriously think about how should we redesign and engineer plastics? How do we design for simplicity? Right now, plastics are extremely over-engineered. You can go out and take 2 plastic bags you're getting from the same supermarket, and you compare them, and they have different composition, and they're made from the same plastic company, right? That is completely ridiculous. So how would anybody, say, who's specializing in recycling plastic bags be able to effectively deal with that? We don't need to have such a mess in the world. And the reason, that exists is because every single plastic company has their trade secret way of making plastics, and so there's economic reasons, business reasons for them to have their own formulation. But from a recycling standpoint, it's a complete nightmare. So we have to work on, I think we're at the age where we really have to rethink, it's not that better is, more is better, or that the more sophisticated engineering, the cooler the color combination we can have on a material, the better. We have to think about overall, what happens, how practical is it at the end of its life? That's very important. And then the second thing that really has to move is, there has to be more innovation going on in terms of looking at the actual plastics that are in use today, produced at large volumes. What can we do with these existing plastics to make them have useful life again? And through processes that are green as well. If you have a recycling process that ultimately is just, the net impact is terrible, right? You can't have that. You can't scale that up. And so those two things have to happen. And there's just not enough of it happening. You can't kind of find one silver bullet for the entire plastic problem, because plastic is not one material. It's many, many different materials that belong to a general category. And so you need people working on many, many different of those, materials that are in this category for the problem to be solved. So it's a pretty complex issue, but, I think this is one of the things where if we're looking at how do we make it possible to live on this planet, or even if we're going to another planet, to be able to sustain ourselves. I think we really have to reinvent something as basic as a material that's ubiquitous everywhere.
Plastic is such a visible problem. You see it on the beaches, especially in Southeast Asia. It's everywhere. It's on the coastal fringes. It's in our bodies. It's in our water. It's in our food. It's a highly visible problem, which is why it's starting to get attention it deserves, right? And actually, you know what? If I found an entire new planet that's as nice as Earth, I think Mirinda and Eugene will be the first people I invite to join me, because Mirinda solves a very visible problem. In Singapore, a few months ago, our supermarkets were running out of food because of the pandemic. So I would take Eugene because he solves a very visible problem. Edric, you solve an invisible problem, right? You solve the problem of mental wellness. How do you approach a topic that is so invisible?
Yeah, I think COVID has certainly helped. It has definitely put a lot more attention to something that, like you said, is invisible. My manager at Google has never ever spoken anything about well-being prior to COVID, and now it's like our main, like the key focus area in each. And I think, but also like you say, I think I look at it as like a Maslow hierarchy of needs. You first need to take care of, food, and then infrastructure, and then making sure that you have a home, like a shelter. And then once you've got over that survival phase, then you can start thinking about human connection and wellness and well-being. And so I think our first kind of approach is definitely to target users who already have this kind of privilege or awareness about the importance of mental health and well-being. But not having said that, it doesn't mean that you have to go through this like step by step before you get to the fifth stage of like self-transcendence or self-actualization in the pyramid. I think it can also go like both ways. If you could be in that environment that nurtures and supports and celebrates this type of conversation, and that could trickle down to like all the type of needs that you can fulfill. Like if you're in an environment where people talk about well-being, and then that could spark different types of conversation about innovations to support your other needs. And I think this is also a complex situation where it needs to have a shift in paradigm in terms of how government or even a nation looks into optimizing. Oh, Stuart is here. Speaking about connection. Yeah, so I think even like on the country level and nationwide, there's still a lot of focus currently on just GDP or like economic growth, something that is easily measured. But nobody knows whether the money that they're optimizing, like what's the cost behind that? The cost of more plastics that they have to use to get to the economic goal that they have? Does it mean sacrificing the mental health of people who they have to force to work under a horrible environment? And we're not talking about the hidden costs of exacerbating existing problems. Like if you talk about the cost of ambulance in the economic terms, that it seems like it's contributing to the economy, but does it really solve the real problems that we're not seeing today? So I think there needs to be a shift in the metric. So not only from the individual level, but from the systemic level, what's a new way to measure prosperity or flourishing of a country or a nation beyond GDP? Like in Bhutan, for example, they have a national like happiness index. So things that are worth pursuing sometimes can't really be quantified or can't be really fully quantified yet in numbers. So there needs to be, I don't have the answer, but there needs to be a lot of rethinking and unlearning in terms of what we're measuring and how we could optimize and what truly matters that we all should pay attention to.
That's great. Okay, so I think we can all agree that, we need to solve the visible problems and the invisible problems as well in order to create a sustainable future. And since we're on the topic of sustainability, I recently read an article by Bill Gates on LinkedIn where he was quoting some statistics from the International Energy Association. So it says that because of COVID, the amount of carbon emissions or greenhouse gas emissions has been reduced by 8%. But I think what is shocking over here, right, is not about the reduction, but how little the reduction actually is. So 8%, and this 8% reduction is actually done at a huge economic cost, right? We are seeing countries stopping for a full month, right? Completely void of any economic activity, no traveling, no whatsoever. So it comes with a huge cost, and even with all these, we are only reducing it by 8%. So I wanted to hear the views from our panelists, like, what is really needed? What do you think is needed to move the needle towards a zero carbon, zero emissions future? Maybe Eugene?
I guess, can we invite Stuart to talk a little bit? Yeah, now he's online. Yeah, he haven't speak a word.
Stuart, are you there?
Yes.
Finally.
Yeah.
Finally.
Oh, okay. Yeah, can you guys hear me? Oh, fantastic. Yeah, well, I would say that at least from the agri-food space, the pandemic has been a great thing. I would say that pre-COVID, a lot of the interest and investment in our industry was towards delivery and more about convenience. And what the pandemic really brought to light was that there were inefficient and also kind of challenges and issues with the supply chain. And so now a lot of the focus is on agri-tech, which is more about resiliency and capacity building. And so from that perspective, COVID has been really, really good for our industry. It's really sad, but our industry really booms whenever there's a recession or if there's like a food safety crisis. And so we're really kind of like counter to the typical economic trends. And so from that perspective, COVID was great for our industry. It brought a lot of interest and a lot of investment. I would say that in general, there's a lot of challenges with the industry. Obviously, it's not as efficient or as cost effective as the moment. And this is because the industry is obviously very, very new. And so much like electric vehicles or alternative proteins, the industry is still trying to figure out how to really kind of iron out a lot of the inefficiencies that still currently exist today. But as the industry matures, we're really confident that the cost of production in an industry equivalent to that of a cost of production externally. And for us, one of the big changes that needs to happen is really about kind of mindset as well. One way to think about, agri-tech it might be inefficient on Earth at the moment, but if we brought this technology to Mars, it would be pretty much the only way to grow food out there. And so what's really interesting to think about is the professions of the future. If we're thinking about being multiplanetary or colonizing space, the professions of the future off of planet Earth might not include lawyers and bankers, but it will include engineers, it will include farmers, and it will include doctors. And so we really think about the value that we can bring to our communities. If you just take the perspective off of this tiny little blue dot in the middle of space and you expand it a little bit, then some of the more traditional industries that may have a stigma around they're required to be successful, or the level of income that you can get from that profession, if you just take it off of the context of Earth and move it to the moon or ISS or even to Mars, then things shift fundamentally. So it's very exciting to see these mindset shifts are also happening as well, going from convenience to resilience, and going from being a profession that was traditionally highly stigmatized to being something that will become highly valued.
You were interrupted, Stuart, but as usual, when you get the chance to say something, it's always been brilliant. We will take one question from the audience. I saw a number of comments asking about some comments from the audience about how they will disrupt you, right? So someone was saying that, so Eugene, will you be really upset if I start a microalgae project? They will put you out of business, and presumably Stuart as well. And maybe somebody else will have another idea that can put Miranda and Edric out of the running. But since in the spirit of sharing, and we are all involved in this great green rebuild, say in 5 or 10 years' time, when you get a fantastic exit, and your startup is in a good space, doing good work, and you're free to start a completely new startup, what kind of ideas would you be interested to pursue? And maybe that could be the basis of some inspiration for a young entrepreneur who has yet to have their own startup are watching you guys, and maybe put them on some pathway. Buzz around.
Well, for me, if I have a successful exit in the 5 to 10 years,
I'll kick it off. I would say that finding a profession is tough in ag. The only reason for that is that the challenges that exist in agriculture are so massive that you could spend 2 lifetimes and you won't solve the problems. And so the great thing about ag also is it connects to all other industries. So it'll connect to education, it connects to space, it connects to infrastructure, it connects to clean energy. There's so many aspects of agriculture that if you just, that you could collaborate with, that, to be in the ag industry, you could really fulfill a lifetime's worth of potential careers. And kind of this was mentioned quite a bit in the previous panel, but, optimistically, we'll lose only 100 million farmers over the next 30 years, just purely from migration. And so the goal of agricultural technology and what we do is about taking the remaining people growing food and making them superhuman. And so this isn't really a pre-COVID or a post-COVID. This is about going forward over the next 30 years. We need to grow more food than the past 10,000 years combined. Like, how are we going to do that using hundreds of millions of less people, less land, less fertilizer, less resources? And so, one of the industries that can benefit most from the cutting edge of everything, including AI, is agriculture, because of the challenge and the urgency of what we're facing. So really, if you have an interest in anything, whether it's entertainment or education, agriculture can help you fulfill that. So, I would encourage many people to really explore how they can take their passions and their backgrounds and see how they might be able to apply, and even their technical skill sets and apply it to the ag industry.
So Stuart is not worried about disruption at all. Bring it on. 1 million of you guys come in. We'll welcome the competition and the rivalry.
Yeah, let all causes flowers.
Well, so the most important thing about an early industry like ag tech right now is that the entrants that come into the industry are good entrants. There is no benefit in a competitor going bankrupt. There is no benefit in failure, because it will make the entire industry look bad. And so from our perspective, not only do we welcome competition, but we want to support good kind of competition. We want to support companies that are really developing cutting edge technology, that are really trying to make an impact, not just kind of in their own community, but on the global agricultural supply chain. And so our goal really is to share as openly as possible the data that we have, the tech that we have, and to really try to promote the growth of the entire industry. So, competition for us is an incredibly good thing and keeps us honest. And also just given, the agricultural supply chain is $20 trillion. So one company, even 10,000 companies couldn't possibly support the entire ag industry globally. And so, having more competition, having more companies, focusing their energy and their resources and their talent to address some of the big challenges of agriculture is a really, really important thing.
Actually, we've run out of time, but that's an amazing note. We welcome all competition in emerging sectors, in ag-tech, in plastics, in mental wellness, because it will only grow the sector. We need to leave soon, but maybe I can have a quick 30-minute final remarks from each of the panelists.
30 seconds.
Yeah.
Remark.
Plus minus.
Yeah.
Edric, you want to go first?
Yeah, I would still encourage people to solve the problem of consciousness. I think all the crises we're facing today boils under the problem of consciousness. People don't realize how connected we are. That's why people don't care about climate change. If we could solve how we can elevate the consciousness of the masses, then we can all collaborate towards working toward a better future together.
Thank you. Mirinda?
Yeah, I think on my part, I would extend kind of what Stuart was saying and put it this way. I would encourage folks to not just focus on learning the secrets behind bits, but also to learn more about matter, molecules, atoms, because that is really what's going to fundamentally change the future of the concrete things that we're all physically living in. We're not brains in vats. We have to live in this physical world, right? So I just wanted to point out that there is actually, on the point of what I might want to do as an extension of what I'm doing now, or maybe as the next venture, there is actually a very clear connection between plastics and food, which I think a lot of people are thinking about microplastics and thinking about it in a bad way. But plastics are made of carbon. They're organic. They're a synthetic organic material, which means that when you chemically break it down, you can, which in our case, we actually achieve the same chemical building blocks that bacteria have in their metabolism. We're producing things like succinic acid, which is inherently available in all of our body cells right now in the process of breaking down sugar. And so one of the interesting things we're looking into, and I think in the future could be even more interesting for disaster relief, is the future of breaking down plastics into these intermediate compounds that could be used to grow food, or can be directly converted into things like whey protein through fermentation. Then you have these landfills, which become not only mines of potentially valuable materials, but also carbon source. A carbon source you don't need to grow vegetation for or to mine for, but is actually readily available on the surface. And you can turn that into things that are not just good for building clothing and materials, but for food and for energy. So there's a lot there, and obviously having knowledge being something that's so easily acquirable in this age is the building block of everything's foundation of everything. But I would everyone to not forget to learn about atoms. You have to know a little bit about atoms in this coming into the future of this world.
I love what they're saying. I'm actually reading right now Our Mathematical Universe by Max Tegmark, the physicist. And he's saying the same thing. He's saying that the difference between consciousness and a brick, the difference between a frog and a stone is negligible, because it's just matter arranged in a different structure.
Exactly.
So, one way to 3D print, in a very sophisticated way, we could 3D print anything from anything. Yeah. Okay, Eugene.
Well, my comment is very short. I think all I would say is that you're gonna see explosive development and investment in not just food and agriculture space in the next 10 to 50 years, but also recycling, but also mental health. Because why? We see it all too clearly in this pandemic. These are the areas we're so heavily underinvested. We're so ignored in the last few decades. And it is so badly needed by the humankind. If we don't invest in these areas in the next 10 to 50 years, we're gonna have a total failure in the coming centuries. And I believe a lot of people will wake up to this call and make that changes. That's my 2 cents.
That's great.
Amazing. Yeah, Stuart, do you want to have the last 30 seconds to wrap up the panel?
Wow. Yeah, so I would say that my favorite slogan of all time is the impatient optimist, and it's the slogan for the Bill Gates Foundation. And it means that we all believe tomorrow will be better than today. And we are, as the entrepreneurs and the creators and the change makers, are too impatient to wait for somebody else to make that change happen. We want to be the agent of change. And so I would say that there's a lot of challenges that exist today. And we all have an opportunity collectively to be that agent of change. And we don't have to wait for permission. We don't have to wait for somebody to tell us we can go tackle these challenges. And so, particularly when you're younger, less, there's less, risk. You can be a little bit more daring. And I would encourage more people to be an impatient optimist and to address these big challenges that exist today.
Thank you very much. The 4 of my favorite impatient optimists, Eugene, Miranda, Edric, and Stuart. Thank you very much for joining us in the middle of your busy startup.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you guys. Bye, guys.
Okay, we have just a short 5-minute presentation before we enter the break. I'll hand it over to Yang En to share with you guys.
Okay, so we've heard from the panelists on their ideas to rebuild for a better future. So for all the innovators and startups who are in our audience, we would love to hear about your moonshot idea. So Audacity has launched the Moonshot Permacolony Challenge. And for those who have joined us on our first virtual Open City event, you might have heard of our event of this challenge. But for those who are hearing it for the first time, Permacolony is a challenge to design and create scalable communities which are 100% self-sustainable in areas such as food, energy, water, production, while enhancing standards for human flourishing. So the first permacolony is going to be housed in Singapore, and it's going to be Asia's first tech-enabled, self-sustaining, flourishing, and autonomous community. And it's going to be prototyped right in the very heart of Audacity Innovators Playground at Jurong Innovation District. So for those of you who might not be familiar, JID is actually Singapore's largest innovation living lab at 600 hectares. So what we hope to build is really a community of global innovators who can join us physically and virtually, and we will coexist together with nature. And it's our vision to be 100% self-sustainable by 2025. So Singapore has a 30 by 30 food goal, which means we want to achieve our 30% of our nutritional needs through local production by 2030. So in permacolony terms, that will be achieving 100% by 2025. So 100 by 25. So as we are searching for this better future, we want to be guided by certain shared ideals. So these are the shared ideals that we have come up with, which actually SEARCH is an acronym for Systems, Environment, Agency, Resilience, Culture, Humanity. So what I really want to point out here is not just about building a community that is self-sufficient, but it is so important to make it sustainable. Sustainable not only in the physical sense, but also in doing it in a way that is not harmful to the environment and in a way that allows us to achieve life satisfaction as well as happiness. And to do that, we really have to look at the cross-pollination of different themes, right? It's not just about testing solutions in the individual tangents, but it's really trying to see how the different sectors and systems will come together. So broadly speaking, we are looking at building circular and resilient food systems, looking at how living spaces can be autonomous and how we can coexist symbiotically with our environment. It's also about conscious resource consumption, not at the expense of our planet. It's about empowering the community through DIY and culture, employing human augmentation technologies that help us to achieve human autonomy, as we have heard in the first panel, and of course, ultimately to achieve human well-being and flourishing. So if you're interested to find out more, we have actually stated the 6 thematic visions of permacolony on our challenge website. So head on there to apply as well as to find out more about our visions. And we know that since this is such an ambitious vision, startups and innovators can't do it alone. They have to be supported by a diverse network. So we're going to bring on board mentors and advisors, enablers, investors, demand drivers, which are corporates and the government, regulatory partners, specialists, creatives, to work with innovators and startups in our Innovators Playground to turn their ideas into reality. So as a next step, I would like to invite local and global startups to join us on this journey. We'll be having a bootcamp. It's the Permacolony Bootcamp happening from 9th to 13th of November 2020. It's organized by Audacity in partnership with our Estonian startup partner, Solto, as well as Enterprise Singapore, that is organizing Slingshot 2020, which is the region's largest startup pitching competition. So for startups that are interested, please apply by 19th of October. We have an exciting lineup and you'll get support from over 50 mentors and investors across Asia and Europe. And they're not just the top decision makers from VCs and funds and family offices, but at the same time, the ratio of mentors, investors to startups that we have is really high. It's 3:1. At the same time, while this is a bootcamp, we hope that this is not just a one-off engagement with startups and innovators that we choose to work with. We hope there'll be a long-standing one, so you have an opportunity to test-bid your ideas in our Innovators Playground and to build the first permacolony together with us. So 20 startups will be selected from all of the applications, and we'll fast track 2 of them to the finals of Slingshot in December 2020. So don't miss this. For all innovators and startups out there, this is your opportunity to make a real impact. And it's really about building products and technologies that last. We're really looking for moonshot solutions in blue oceans that will define the cities of tomorrow and create an outsized positive impact on society. So we look forward to you guys who share the same visions as us. And if you know this is something that you would like to see in our future, not just for our generation, but our future generations, we invite you to be a part of Permacolony and turn your radical ideas into reality. So with that, I think we've come to the end of our section of the panel. Oh, we definitely need a drink. Okay, so thank you everyone for joining us on this panel. The next session will be starting at 11 in a couple of minutes. So we would like to point everyone to join the virtual tour of our Audacity setups. So if you head over to sessions, you'll be able to find that. And in the meantime, while waiting, please go for your bio break, or you can join us on stage where DJ Apex and Alex will be playing some really, really cool music.
Okay, so 5 minutes for a bio break, toast,
and a toast.
And we'll see you in 5 minutes at the virtual walkthrough in the sessions tab. See you later.
See you later. Cheers.
Welcome to the backstage here. I am with Bokono, and we're getting ready to lay down some very interesting, fun future noise for your enjoyment while we prep for the next segment of our show. So going to introduce you to Bokono here.
Hey, DJ Bokono here. I'm going to be doing some Ableton Live, some modular synth work, which you can see here. Sending control voltages out and DC coupled inputs into MIDI, create all kinds of weird and wacky tunes.
And here we go. All right. Thank you, Bokono, and thank all of you for coming and checking this out. So next up, we will be guiding you through a little virtual open tour of our amazing space here, Audacity at Virtual Open City number 2. This is Apex handing over to Jan. So Jan, you will be able to find in the Sessions tab. So if you look at the left side of your screen, take a look at Sessions and you'll see the tour. So thank you all, and we'll see you again soon.
Okay, so for those who are still joining us, welcome back to our Virtual Open City 2. So for this segment, we're going to be doing a virtual walkthrough of Audacity. So for people who might not be so sure, our physical Audacity Innovators Playground is located at the heart of Jurong at Jurong Innovation District. So it's Singapore's largest living lab for innovation at 600 hectares, including Nanyang Technological University. And it's really in the west side of Singapore, and where we're at, there's a Jurong Eco Garden right behind us, which is 5 football fields large. And we're surrounded by clean tech companies, we're surrounded by makers, hardware startups. And so it's really at the center of innovation where we're experimenting with a lot of things. So today we're just gonna be showing you a couple of our project sites and what we've been up to. So stay tuned with us. I think we're just gonna get the cameras and the audio set up in a couple of minutes time.
Yeah. Oh, actually, while we wait for the cameras to come online, you want to show them our community house. So we actually have a community house. Oh, here it is.
Okay.
The community house is right by.
But now I can't hear anyone.
So we live and we can hang out. All right, this Jen again.
Yeah, I think we can show them around our community house. 360. Maybe just overview.
Good. It's actually quite a large house. We've got a nice little front porch, back porch. I think it's enough to house like 10 innovators staying at any given time. This is a house that's meant for residencies. Yeah, it's a house that's meant for innovators in residence. So you guys can live here 10 at a time and stroll over to the actual innovators playground, which is right across the highway. Yeah. So it's about 5 hectares of the most beautiful sculpted grounds within a much larger 600 hectares. 600 hectare district. Yeah. So 600 hectares is about 600 football fields. I think it's one of the largest developments in Singapore in the last 50 years.
Yeah. And you guys know that actually JID is also home to the advanced manufacturing industry in Singapore. So we're moving towards advanced manufacturing, towards Industry 4.0. So we're housing a lot of technology enablers as well as adopters in the space. And around us, surrounding our innovators playground, there are full of research institutes like A-STARS, Advanced Remanufacturing Technology Center, and we have a CleanTech 1 and 2 buildings, which houses urban solution companies. And right at the heart of where we are is actually a building called Launchpad that houses deep tech startups and hardware startups. So it's a really vibrant community that's building up here at JID. So we're really excited to show you space today.
Yeah. You want to try to see if we can maybe pull out a video in case Jen doesn't join us.
Okay. Maybe we can play the introductory video of Audacity again for those who just joined.
Oh, here we are. Jen.
Oh, Jen.
Yay!
Right.
Okay.
Okay.
We're going to do it this way.
Yeah.
Don't worry, Jen is a trained stunt woman.
Sure.
The camera's moving, but yeah. Jen, can you hear?
Yeah, I can hear you guys.
Okay.
So give me just 1 second.
Okay.
Did you speak? Cannot. Okay, we just cool. Thanks. Okay, great.
So
how much time do I have?
We have a lot of time. So Jen is also a TV stunt woman, and her cameraman today is actually one of Singapore's top models. I don't know how many of you know Colin. He has modeled for in Milan, for Gucci and all that.
Yeah, he was the first Singaporean model that went to Milan, right?
He is too beautiful for us to show you, which is why he has got to go behind the camera.
I think we're going to start asking the photo. So,
but he only has semi-naked ones, so we can't show that.
Yeah.
It's a family show.
It's a family show. Okay. So, Jen is running really quickly. Okay, Jen, where are you at now? Can you tell us?
Okay. So we are at the Jurong Innovation District. This is where the Audacity Innovators Playground is located in Singapore, on the west side of Singapore. Right here, I'm standing right outside Slice, and we're just about to go in, and I'll show you a quick tour around the playground. Yeah.
Yay, let's go.
Jaden. Hi. Okay, so I'll be meeting a few of our project reps along the way, and the first is Jaden. Jaden is in charge of Slice.
Yeah.
So tell us more about this space.
Hi guys, welcome to Slice. We are come to you. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Hi people. We are at Slice. This is a place where you can find good food. But other than that, we are also an experimentation and incubation platform. We look at developing the future of food, working with collaborators such as students, researchers, and also individuals, passionate individuals, to co-create a better food future. So
Right.
let me show you.
Okay.
Okay, so basically,
Oh, yeah.
we are looking at solving the problems from all the way from the production side to the logistics, preparation, consumption, and recycling side of the food system. So full food value chain.
Right,
Yeah, so we
right.
want to develop a sustainable, circular, and also tech-enabled food future.
So food circularity, right?
Yes.
That's the theme for Slice.
Correct.
Cool,
Yeah.
cool.
So basically, where we are at right now is the cafe,
Mhm.
and the cafe we call it Slice Farm to Fork Robo Cafe.
Right.
So there's two parts of it. The farm to fork part is where we try to grow as much fresh produce as possible, so that the cafe can cook with this tasty, nutritious produce.
Great,
Yeah,
great.
would you like to see some?
Yeah, let's see
come.
some.
Okay, let's go to the microgreens station.
Okay, that's where you keep your babies, right?
Yeah. Do you like to eat greens, Jen?
I love greens. Yeah.
Okay, cool. So just now, we all heard from Stuart, right? So Stuart is the founder of Alaska Life.
Right.
And Alaska Life, they have been doing great work, supplying container farms
Mhm.
and modern modular units
Mhm.
in like China,
Right.
Middle East, and now in Singapore. We're test bidding it as well.
Okay.
So this machine, you can control the irrigation,
Right.
and also the light. So it's very easy. Within a week, you can get nutritious microgreens
Right.
to add to your salad, and
Yeah.
also you can cook with it.
Yeah.
So Jen, would you like to get your hands
Sure.
busy?
Yeah.
Are you a left-hander or right-hander?
Right.
Okay, put it on your left hand.
Okay. It looks very nice. Like it,
Yeah, so
you
look
would
at this.
put it at home.
Yeah. So basically, we would like the diners and also chefs to actually have a sense of growing their own food, so you get to appreciate and
Right.
also understand the nutrients that you're putting into your body.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Let's do this.
So people can actually come here and have food, and they get to like harvest.
So right now we're in our test bidding stage, but in the future we are hoping to open it to more diners. So
Okay.
this is actually red radish sprouts. It has a really nice like spicy wasabi kick to it.
Oh.
So help me by using your left hand to hold the top, and
Uh-huh.
then you can snip off right here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So it regrows.
Yeah. Some you can regrow.
Oh dear,
Yeah, so
I'm
like,
not very good at this.
it's okay. Go ahead. Yeah, it's like doing a haircut, but you can actually eat
Okay,
it. So,
cool.
yeah, if you like a bit more, you can harvest a bit more,
Okay.
and then we can bring it to our chef.
Oh, okay. Let me do it nicely.
Okay. It's okay. You're the one eating it, so it's fine.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
Cool.
cool. So we've got some microgreens, Jen,
Yeah.
and then we're gonna bring it to Aaron.
Oh, okay. Right.
So Aaron, we've got some ingredients for you. Maybe
hi,
what
Aaron.
we can do for you is to
Yeah. Aaron, maybe you can tell me more about this space and what you do as well.
Oh, okay. So yeah, so this is the kitchen for the cafe. Yeah. So for myself, I'm a social enterprise. I hire to usually head a chef.
Mhm.
So over here, what we aim to do basically is to build an inclusive kitchen that can empower visually impaired user technologies.
Okay.
Right. But today we're going to talk more about food.
Okay.
So one of the other missions that the company wants to achieve is to preserve Singapore food heritage.
Right.
So today we're going to use microgreens and put it on this item called kueh pie tee.
Okay.
So kueh pie tee is a very traditional Peranakan dish.
Right.
Right. So we will have the topping on this.
Yeah.
So what is inside? We have young jackfruit. So
Mhm.
young jackfruit to replace shrimp.
Yeah.
Right. So young jackfruit is a very good source of protein.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So we have some overseas guests online here, and so this is, like Aaron said, is a traditional Peranakan culture food. And originally, what did it include?
Also inside it have stir fried tuna.
Okay.
It also has shrimps,
Okay.
and it also has wasabi.
Okay. Okay. So for the alternative protein version, you have put jackfruit instead of the
jackfruit,
shrimp
yes.
and right. Okay. Cool. So so just put it on.
And
Oh.
Jen, go for it.
Huh? Oh, put more. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Right. So I'm just gonna taste it on its own to see how it tastes like, because I heard that the flavors of microgreens are actually a lot more powerful
yeah.
than when it's grown up, right?
And microgreens are very nutritious.
Oh, very
Yeah.
very spicy. Okay.
Yeah.
I can eat it. Okay.
It's good, right?
I can't talk now.
Oh, you can talk now. Okay. Okay. So I believe you could have taste sourness, sweetness, and maybe some a bit spiciness.
It's an explosion of flavors. I think the jackfruit replacement was really good. It tastes just like the traditional kueh pie tea, but a little bit more elevated in terms of senses because of the spiciness and acute taste flavor profile of the microgreens. That's very cool.
I'm glad you like it.
Thank you. So every season you will try different heritage ingredients at this experimental food lab, right?
Yes, yes. So we'll see what's available from the farm and also what is available in terms of the different seasons.
Okay. What are some of the visually impaired aid that you have in the kitchen? Maybe you can show me one example. Yeah.
Sure. So this is a talking induction hob.
Oh, it looks like a normal induction hob.
Yeah, it looks like a normal induction hob. Yeah, so this looks like a normal induction hob, but the special feature about this is that it is able to talk. Yeah.
Okay.
So when the visual impaired will press the button, it is able to tell the visual impaired that it's power on.
Okay.
Yeah, because they can't see well, so they need other sensors to tell them about how the machine is operating.
Right. Okay. Oh, okay, cool. Thank you. All right. Okay, let's go. Thank you, Aaron.
Maybe something to add as well, because we mentioned that we are from the Fork Robo Cafe.
Yeah.
The robotics part is actually a tool for us to think about what are the necessary technology we can apply in, like, let's say the kitchen and also F&B setting, so that we can empower humans to be able to do what we are very creative at, which is like designing the dish and also like talking to customers, while the robots can do things which are extremely backbreaking for us. So we get the easier part of the job.
Right.
Yeah.
Cool.
So everyone works with two VI chefs, and then right now, I think they are doing really well. Like trying to figure out what kind of technologies they want to work with. Like, let's say voice-enabled kind of tools for them to work in the kitchen setting. Okay, come to my mobile bar.
Wow.
Okay, so basically, I don't know if you know about it, Jen. I think you know that I was a bartender for a few years, and I always wanted to have my own bar. Yeah, but it's quite hard. So basically, when we were looking at the future of living, so another project, they are looking at the future of living. So there's a collaboration project with Sampo in Japan. A bunch of architects. I think they graduated from architectural school. And then they're like, hey, we go back to Japan. Let's do something that is like a mobile house kind of concept where you can live anywhere, right? So anywhere in Japan can be their home. And when there was an opportunity for me to build my own mobile bar, I jumped at it. So basically, this bar you can sit around like 4 to 5 people. And we hope that this can be a place whereby community members, people from the university or startup scene can come here, grab a drink, and connect with each other. Yeah. And something that we're looking at Slice is also food waste management. So last year we made these 2 amazing beer together with Binjai Brew. They are a bunch of NTU engineers who when they were in school, they were brewing beer and they got caught. But we love their passion and they are doing really well now. So we made this circularity beer using offcuts of bread and also like the orange peels from the juicing machine. So we macerate it and make it into beer. And right now this has become their permanent mainstay. And this other one is called the Sustainable Swing. I got all my friends in the cocktail bar industry to give me their waste. And then like pineapple, like chunks and also like apple cores from bakeries and all that. So we made a beer. So I'm so sorry, these are actually dummy samples, but you can drink next time.
Okay, thank you.
Maybe you all want to pop by another time for a drink.
Yeah, it's a very beautiful mobile bar. I'm sure it looks awesome at night, right? Jeremy, are you still there? Or Yangan? Hello? Oh, Jeremy, can you hear me? I think I lost them on audio.
But can they still see you?
I'm not sure. Oh, we can hear you. Okay, I can't hear them.
Here,
All
I
right.
can hear the back. Yeah, then. Wow.
Yeah, they can hear us.
The food looks really good, but unfortunately we can't smell, right? So
yeah.
Yeah. So how was it? How was it tasting the kueh pie tea and the microgreens?
Is the food as tasty as our cameraman?
Yeah.
Oh, what do you say? It's not as tasty as our cameraman. Oh, so now we are walking to the micro factory. The green space you see here actually extends to the Jurong Eco Garden. It has full of various wildlife and plants. Should we take the stairs? Yeah. Okay.
So far in the garden we have seen giant lizards more than a meter long. Wild boars are an almost daily occurrence. We have seen snakes, eagles, eaglets, pangolin, monkeys. What else? The only wildlife that's still existing in Singapore that we've not seen yet is crocodile. But I don't think we will see a crocodile.
You're leaving? Oh, okay. All right. We're here at the micro factory. All right. Okay. Hello. Can we come in? This is Shane. Hi Shane, how are you?
Good. Welcome to the Micro Factory, everybody.
Yes, the online audience are extremely excited to.
Amazing. Happy to share. This is our maker space where we are creating and building the future. So please come on in. So we have a lot of really incredible technology and research and development stations as well as play areas.
Yeah.
The first I would like to show you
Is Walter.
Walter. And this is our interdimensional transportation machine.
Okay.
If you'd like to get inside.
Wait, but I can't leave. If I leave, then like if I leave, yeah. Okay. Okay.
All right. So now you're being transported to another dimension.
Okay. Wait, do I get to choose where I want to go?
No. That's the next. Just stay still. Stay still.
Like.
Still. All right.
Oh, that's it? Wait, I'm still here.
So what we've done is taken 117 photos of you
Okay.
in about a second and a half.
Yeah.
And what we can do with this, all these photos, we stitch them together in a program,
Right.
and we can make a virtual model of you.
Oh.
Of course, it takes some time, so this is a virtual model of me.
Okay.
And we can put it in a program like Mixamo and animate you, make you do fighting, make you stand.
Oh, so I don't really have to do stunts anymore. I can just let my
And you can
twin
even
do
be
it.
put in a video game.
So you've been transported into a different dimension with new skills, and you can dance.
Whoa, very Matrix, yeah.
Yeah. Very good for your stunt double.
A double for a stunt double. Perfect.
Yeah. So this is where we're really exploring things like mixed reality, virtual reality, next
Mhm.
reality. So how can we take physical objects and digitize them and put them in virtual environments? So one of the areas that we're really interested in, we're exploring is in the concept of digital twins, virtual twins, and how do we bring things from the real world into a virtual world and vice versa. So another station that we have that's not so digital is our Somo. So this is our sewing on a movable object.
Hi, Kim.
And here we have Kim.
Hello. How are you?
Welcome to Somo. Somo is actually short for sewing on movable objects. So it doesn't really do a lot of difference to like the designs we create here.
Yeah.
But, the idea is that we place the machine in a very whimsical space.
Oh, this looks familiar.
Yeah, this was actually a mop as well, like the bar mop that you saw downstairs.
Right.
So this was like repurposed to become like
A sewing
the
mop.
sewing mop. Yeah.
Okay, cool. So what do you do with your sew mop? I mean your
Like
sew
what
mop.
we do here mainly is like fabric artistry.
Yeah.
I would say. So like looking into like the future of fabrics with like 4D fabrics almost.
4D fabrics, okay.
Yeah. So this is the newest asset of Micro Factories.
Yeah.
So it's something that we're just working on.
Okay.
Yeah.
What was in here?
This was a natural dye. I already cleared it out.
Uh-huh.
So basically, this was dyed with avocados.
Avocados, shouldn't it be green?
No.
Oh no, it's a meat, yeah. I'm sorry, blonde
What
moment.
you need is green.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. I can tell it's very fresh. It's still wet. Yeah. Okay.
This is very similar to what Taizo's talk was this morning. So
Mm.
before the big industrial revolution,
Yeah.
Everybody was a farmer, everybody was a maker out of necessity.
Yeah.
And maybe we don't want to go back to the dark ages, but giving people the ability to make and create exactly what they want, like your tie-dye shirt.
Yeah.
Like this is kind of some of the values that we try to inspire here. And so if you continue around our short tour here, next up we have our amazing maker mastermind, Derek Chong.
Absolutely, Derek. Hello.
Hello.
Hi. This looks different from the last time I came.
Yes.
What
we
changed?
Have remodeled. We have actually shifted our space from the other side to here.
Okay.
So it's a combination of both our traditional workshop together with our shopboard.
Okay.
Yeah. So traditionally, everybody would say things like, an idea is worth a dime a dozen. And then I think what the workshop does is to help our partners and together our mentees make their ideas come to life. So this all starts from the workshop.
Right.
And then so because with our arrays of tools, materials, that's when things are made, prototype, and multiple iterations after that.
Right.
So that is what the wood workshop does.
Right. Okay, cool. So how do you decide what to make with a machine and what to make, with your hands?
It really depends on the design. So let me just show you some of the stuff that was done together with and some NTU students.
Yeah.
I mean, in our education system now, a lot of things are, let's go online, let's learn coding, let's learn programming, let's do mathematics.
Yeah.
But when this group of very smart students from NTU came, we actually shared with them something that is very traditional.
Okay.
Which is actually using
Okay.
that looks extremely intimidating to
Uh-huh.
them, but the thing is that after a good 4 weeks, they were comfortable. And this was what they built.
Right.
Yes,
From scratch.
from scratch.
With offcuts.
This one was with proper wood
Okay.
pieces.
Okay.
When you mentioned offcuts, this is actually from offcuts.
You built this, right?
Yes, we did.
In one day.
3.
3 days. Okay,
Three,
that's not bad.
So in our wood workshop, I think what we were very mindful about is the materials that we use. It's very easy to buy new materials and make new things.
Yeah.
But I think what's more difficult is to think about what was left behind and what could have been created.
Right.
So this, like you mentioned, is actually a shelf that was made from leftovers. A lot of leftovers of which we recut, resize, and then to actually piece into a movable shelf for electrical tools. So traditional method is one, and then but there's a lot of things that I cannot do that only my esteemed colleague Nihao can do.
Ah, Ni hao. Hello, nice to see you again. Our resident philosopher and architect.
Thank you. So this is our shopboard.
Okay.
Compared to Derek's more traditional means of making,
Yeah.
the shopboard's very effective at prototyping. So what it essentially is you do something in computer so with CAD softwares, and then you can put it through to this thing and it will cut it. So
Right.
it creates a lot of complex geometries and shapes. And why it's really good, more so than the traditional, in a way that it really enables rapid prototyping. Because these are all computer models before they are cut.
Right.
It means whenever you're constantly reiterating on
Right.
designs, you will know exactly which parameters to tweak in order to refine.
Right.
So for example, we've got this stool here, right? And if you sit on this stool, Jan, is sit on this stool, you'll notice that it needs a leg rest, right?
Yeah.
It needs a leg rest.
Yeah.
So after you set this is just the skeletal sort of first cut. And then now here we might make another sort of leg
Yeah.
rest that would suit
Jen,
just swap that in.
Okay.
You'll see all the details here.
Okay. Sorry.
Now, 30 seconds to wrap up, and then one more minute to wrap up.
Okay. Okay, sure. Thank you so much, Nihal. Right. Okay.
We have two very quick last bits to show you.
Yes.
We have to run to our breakout session on making the future.
Okay.
Again, we have Derek. This is the newest space in our liquor factory, which is our paint and craft area. So here's some amazing painting.
Wow, this was just done yesterday.
It was.
Okay.
It was. I mean, like, like every good idea, you need inspiration. So
Yeah.
an art space
Yeah.
where you can make trial
Yeah.
and then experiment. I think it's important
Yeah.
to help
Yeah.
grow ideas.
Yeah.
So this is what the art space does.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you. And it's a seasonal thing. So every month, I believe they would change the kind of art that they would do as part of a program, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Lots of fun programming coming up. And the final bit here is our very small 3D printer.
Yeah. The smallest small. The desktop model.
Yes, the desktop model. We can build desktops with it.
Yeah, totally.
For building desktop, yes. So Wouter, you want to give a
Yeah. So
60 seconds?
60 seconds. This is a large format 3D printer. It uses pellets instead of normal filaments. So
Yeah.
as you can see over there, we have a rack full of pellets that are used in normal plastic molding production.
Okay. Okay.
We can mix and match,
Okay.
make our own,
Yeah.
and use bioplastics.
Yeah.
And we can even shred and recycle our field prints.
Right.
And reuse them
Right.
back into the printer.
Wow. Super circular.
So if we want to make a chair, and then let's say a table next
Yeah.
week,
Yeah.
we'll just shred down the chair, put it back in, and print out of the table.
Cool. Great. Thank you, Walter. All right. So that's DJ Boko. Oh, cool. What do you have? Is that all? What's your name? Oh, and this is Wiz. The Wiz team. They do robotic food transportation. Yeah. So they are also with us. Anyway, I think we have come to the end of our virtual tour. Thank you so much for joining me and Colin and Jeremy and Yangan. We will be heading on to our parallel sessions next. So see you at Project Flourishing. Bye.
So hi everyone, welcome to our panel, our discussion on rejuvenative farming. So for some context, Jaden and I are both leads on two separate projects. Jaden is a lead on Slice and I am the lead on Movable Village. So Slice looks into the future of food, while Movable Village looks into the future of living solutions. And somehow it's serendipitous that farming has actually been the intersection point of these two seed projects. And we've been looking into this and we are really curious because there's only so much knowledge that we have because we do not come from traditionally a farming background or agricultural botanical background. And yeah, so we'd like to hear from you guys a little bit more and also share with you what we have been thinking about.
Yeah, so I think as this is especially important, this topic is important for us to look at because during this period of COVID, we realized that hey, with supply side shocks, we are forced to our food system, like what it means for you to have a food system, like the idea of a resilient food system might differ from individuals, right? And my question to the audience is like, what does it mean for us to have a resilient food system? Does it mean that for all of us to grow our own food, or is it for our country to be able to secure imports, good relationship with other countries so that imports can come in anytime, or does it mean that so what is your ideal of a resilient food system? So this is a constant question that we would like to ask you while we proceed with our presentation.
Yeah, so recently, Jaden and I watched this documentary called The Need to Grow. It's an award-winning documentary, and we'd like to show you guys the first minute of the trailer just to spark some thoughts. 1 second. Huh?
If we stay on our course, we could look at a worldwide catastrophe.
Industrial agriculture is first and foremost a war against the earth because it is a war against all species, since you're bringing more chemicals into food production and all they're doing is killing.
We cannot fight nature. You cannot poison things to the extent that where you, quote, win.
It's a challenge to live in a world where our government cannot be counted on to defend us from an industrial food system that's actually making us sick.
Hopefully soon the planet will change. People should really learn about how to help your community and help yourself in life.
You can grow 100% organic, nutrient-dense food at warp speed, basically. This stuff will grow anything. There is a secret here that we've got to unlock.
What we've tried to do here is accelerate the regeneration of soil.
Well, I've done some tests.
Yeah. So I think this documentary was really heartbreaking for me when I realized that the way that we have treated the earth is very unfairly for the amount that like the planet gives to us. Yeah, and I'm really curious to find out like how can we make it better, or we might even have to take it a step further instead of just looking at ways that we can farm with zero waste, but how can we use farming or other technologies to help the earth recover to where it used to be.
I think this is a important consideration as we look at topics like our own food security. So like in Singapore, the context is that we are a very small nation, and then previously we were forced to think about our supply, right? Or how do we get enough water, even though we are surrounded by lots of seawater, but we still have water from Malaysia, so we were forced to come up with our own water recycling program. But right now, the period of COVID, we are forced to think about food security, and I think our government agency SFA has done a great job in pushing out policies, ensures that Singapore has enough food for the future. So I think the three main strategies are diversifying our import, also maintaining good relationships with our neighboring countries like Australia and Malaysia, and also growing. So there's a push for tenders on unused spaces like our car parks, and also new agricultural belt being formed by the government agencies. And also lastly, to grow overseas, finding appropriate plots to grow overseas. So it's quite interesting to see that it was local production must be resilient against climate, resource, and economic constraints. And there is also mandate that all these farms should leverage on science, technology, and innovation enablers to achieve resilience. So no matter if you're talking about soilless farming, talking about soil-based farming, we have to think about how we can use technology and innovation to give us that extra push to get a better food security. Yeah. Sure, you want to say something?
Oh no, just thinking about how like there are very like nice intersections when it comes to innovation, like those drip irrigation like systems. So it's a very, very simple tube that goes to like the center or the base of the plant, and it drips a small amount of water regularly to keep the plant nourished. Yeah, and I think that like when we're looking at large scale policy making, we tend to also lose sight of small innovations that might be able to tip us over to a whole new paradigm. Yeah, and so from I think policy, I guess I'm trying to highlight that from the macro versus the micro point of view, there are many things that are lost between. Yeah,
for sure. Maybe before we into the gaps that we have currently in our food system, maybe we can give a brief introduction about our project. As some of you guys might have seen, Slice is actually an experimentation and incubation platform that supports ideas relating to the future of food. And what we're trying to achieve is to develop a circular, sustainable, and tech-enabled food future. And we are looking at all the different stages of of food production all the way to
food recycling. So this is actually a very big challenge, and we have to work together with collaborators such as students from polytechnics and uni, researchers and startups to co-create and test bed these solutions. So we kind of need more people to look at all these problems and test bed it so that we can see whether or not this circular food system can be achieved. So we actually have a space where we have a physical farm that's coming up, and also a cafe. Right now it's experimental lab. So we are hoping to deploy all these technologies and do our best to make this happen. Yeah. So maybe we can show the next. Yeah, this is actually the mock-up of the space. We actually would like to envision a food system that is 0 miles and centralized, so that every community is able to grow your own food and be self-sustainable. Right. The perks of it is you get more nutritious produce, and also you get reduce the carbon emissions from other countries. So sometimes it's better to do things to rely on yourself than to rely on others, even especially in the times of crisis. So this is something that we're looking at. Yeah, we're going to share a bit about Movable Village.
Yeah, so Movable Village is basically a test bed for prototyping living solutions. So we look into things like energy, we look into things like culture, and also structure, and what is the infrastructure, and what is in our living space that allows us to thrive. Yeah, so the key part about Movable Village is that it's truly a platform to bring collaborators together and to test bed new synergies between technologies. Yeah, because like I mentioned earlier, sometimes it's just that one small push or that one insight that can bring you like miles further. Yeah, and so this is an overview of like what Movable Village is going to look like. Yeah, where we have farming, and we have deployment, we have event spaces, as well as the test bedding of various kinds of technologies. Maybe it's deployment, logistic technology, or maybe it's something that can help us be more in tune with nature, to listen to nature using sensors. Yeah, and all these things will be formulated together with collaborators as well as the Audacity community. So we are located at Launchpad, next to Launchpad at JID. So Jurong Innovation District is one of the biggest innovation districts in Singapore. Audacity is fundamentally a partnership between JTC and Misoto. So this is just a bird's eye view of the plot. And this is recently we completed the land survey, and we have about almost 4,000 square meters of green land. Yeah. And as Yang En mentioned earlier in the other panel discussion, one of the hottest, latest launches by Audacity is Permacolony. And Permacolony is looking to build scalable communities that are replicable or adjusted for different contexts, that are sustainable in food, energy, water, and resilient, while incorporating ideas such as advanced manufacturing, different logistics systems, and allowing humans to live to their highest potential. Because we always find that cities have been made for humans to be productive and to be efficient, but actually I think that there's a part of us deep inside that everyone's purpose or everyone's intention with living can be totally different. Yeah, and we want to bring all these people along, because when you are able to live to your highest potential, that's when you also contribute and be a part of a community and bring the world to a better place. Yeah, so we're looking at it as a ground-up kind of initiative where, we bring the community together to work towards these goals. And in light of COVID, it's really highlighted the cracks in our society, and therefore decentralization is a big part of it, because in the decentralization of it, we can also become more resource efficient, and we can also allow people to be more autonomous by empowering them to create and the world that they want to see. So it's through like the participation of this community and that that real hunger to save the earth and also like push it forward, that we want to enable these kind of communities to be built. Yeah. So this is some of the hypotheses and goals of SLICE under Permacolony. Jay, do you want to talk about it?
Maybe I can talk about it later, but basically the idea is to develop a food system that is resilient, autonomous, and harmonious, meaning we look into things which are okay. So in terms of food distribution, how do we empower more people to be able to have access to food? Right now we have enough food, but that is not distributed properly. We also look customized diets that are nutritious and environmentally friendly. Yeah, maybe I can elaborate a bit more about like things like using polycultures in our food production system later.
Okay. And for these were the hypotheses or like the goals that Movable Village had for Permacolony. So Permacolony is really the focal point where seed projects come together to contribute their ideas and work towards really a moonshot ideal. So for Movable Village, we wanted members to have autonomy over their living spaces and to coexist symbiotically with their environment. So it's in the innovative use of space and redefining the way we grow and live, that can integrate not just functionality and aesthetics, but also purpose and new kinds of technologies that can bring us further in terms of autonomy and purpose. So for Permacolony, we have announced the incubation accelerator called Moonshot Permacolony together with our partner Salto. We're looking for 20 startups, and we have 50 over mentors and investors to bring these ideas to reality, or to push it even further, that can be applied in Permacolony in different ways.
Maybe we can talk a bit about where we are situated to give people a sense of what's around us. So as Shri mentioned, we are situated at Innovation District at Cleantech. We're very near Nanyang Technological University, also A-Star, and also clean and renewable energy startups. We are very near Jurong Eco Garden. It's just right beside us. It's a 5 hectare garden, and you can see that there's actually lots of biodiversity of edible plants. And for little, and we found things like the Singapore cherry, also a cousin of petai, which is like a bean that when you smell it, might be a bit funky, but cook it with chili, it's tasty. So these are actually things that are behind our backyard and part of nature. We were very grateful that it was pointed out to us. Otherwise, we would not actually know of this good biodiversity. So before we actually inherited land, we actually went into the plot where Movable Village and Permacolony's physical manifestation is going to be. So we walked in and we checked it out with some urban gardeners, and we saw lots of actually we saw like rich soil, and we saw interesting fruits, and I think we cousin of brinjal. We also found this thing called scarlet gourd that is used in Indian cuisine. So we actually felt like it was very promising for us to inherit this piece of land. But something happened. So should we share about the land clearance process?
So when we looked at the luscious green, we really thought that all we had to do was come down and like take a grass cutter or some shears to clean it up so that we could access it. Because of the tall grass, there were quite a few dangers, such as like small snakes or wild animals. And so because we partner with JTC, and I think in a very, very traditional sense, like when land is being passed from one owner to another, a lot of it in the construction industry, what we do is we tear it down completely, we raise it down, so we cut down the trees and then we flatten the land. And many contractors are used to working that way. So when the contractor was tasked to clear the undergrowth, what they did was actually they brought in two heavy machineries like excavators, and which actually weigh almost like 1 to 2 tons, to come in and effectively dig out like all the like shrubbery. We were very specific to ask them not to clear the trees, but through this process the machinery was so efficient that by the time we went down, they were already like almost done. So from the feedback from the farming community that Jayden has built up over the last couple of months, we were told like, hey, don't throw away the stuff that is being like cut away, because those actually contain a lot of nutrients that can go back into the soil. So the contractors helped us to like pile it up neatly at the site. But sadly, because of the weight of the machinery that goes around, we could see that the caterpillar track marks on the ground, and the weight of the machine probably did quite a bit of damage to the soil by compacting it too much and by killing maybe the earthworms and the tiny critters in the soil. And following that, actually, we were really shocked because right now in Singapore is a monsoon season. So we had like 2 or 3 days of on and off continuous rain. And it revealed to us the real condition of the soil underneath. Yeah, that there was a lot of construction rubble being mixed into the soil. So once again, I think this is a problem that is all over Singapore and maybe in different parts of the world, where contractors tend to mix their construction rubble into soil because it's an easy way of dumping it and getting rid of it. Yeah, and I think previously there wasn't that kind of understanding that we should respect the soil the same way, we didn't have this idea that we should respect the sea. We thought that we could dump our waste into the sea. It was cheap, it was convenient, and that, it would handle itself. But soon enough, if you think about it, a couple steps later, you're like, hey, that doesn't really sound right. Like if I'm dumping my trash into the sea, then my fishes are eating it, and then I'm eating the fishes, and then it goes back to our bodies. So same thing with the soil, right? We found out that it's like heavily there's a lot of discarded material like trash and construction. And yeah, this set us on this path where, for me, as looking into like living infrastructure, I want to look for deploying like structures on the plot. And for Jayden as well, coming from the food aspect, she was really excited to start growing things. And when we saw this, like our hearts sank, and we were like, hey man, we both need to work together, tag team, and look into making the soil and like our new home like so much better. Yeah, so in Audacity, we try not to work in silos, but we also have concurrent and parallel tracks. So yeah, maybe Jay can share a little bit on how Slice has evolved over the year, and I will then touch on Rural Village.
Sure. Yeah, so I think Slice actually kickstarted a year ago. So we had a soft launch of Slice. We actually got in an Alaska container farm. It's a standard shipping size container that we can grow 70 kg of leafy greens. And we grow that last year. So we knew, okay, this is actually something that we can do. And that spurred our R&D phase. We thought about, hey, what are the different species that we can grow hydroponically and also, out there in the sun. And we started asking a lot of questions as to the inputs that we need in terms of city and nutrients and so on and so forth. Right now, I think it actually a lot more. Right now, it's really getting people who the expert, be it urban gardeners or like people in the tech space, find the solution for it. So December onwards, we went R&D phase of asking the right questions, and then COVID struck, right? We really wanted to go on the ground to visit more farms and also document some like plants that grow in our local climate. But COVID happened and we were quite bound by the restrictions. So we decided, hey, why don't we go virtual and come up with this Get Growing challenge, where we come up with a series of videos and also a plant clinics, help people who believe that they have brown thumb to grow some food, right? So we were very fortunate because the farming community is one that is very keen to that, and we were very heartened to see that. And in August, we managed to work this operator. They are part of a startup called Insect Farm Technologies. What they're looking at is taking big chunk of food waste, like okra waste that is like produced when you make soybean milk, for example, and tofu, turn this into premium aqua feed. So this is really for us because we've always wanted to have that future, hopefully, and agriculture kind of as well, so that in our closed loop system we can be able to produce waste and even get seafood to consume. And then last but not least, in September we had the launch of Perma Colony, which Shui shared with you. So excited to see how this problem statement is being spreaded across the world, and then we have this reach to more potential collaborators to work on this set of problem statements. Yeah, Shui.
Yeah. So for us in Movable Village, well, in September, Slice was already at the soft launch stage. Movable Village was only being conceptualized. You know, we're asking the questions as to like, what do people need to live, and then what are we going to focus our efforts on? And in December, we got into talks with our friend Canopy Power to look into building a solar system to support the container farm that Jaden was mentioning. Yeah, and after that, like, you know, COVID hit, and then we realized, you know, we were given the opportunity, whether it was serendipitous, to really investigate again, like, if we're going to move forward, like, how careful do we want to be? Because COVID actually ironically gives us the luxury of time, right? Yeah, because we can slow down and really think about it. And so we went to do the land survey and the clearance, and we still push the project forward. And to today, we have just finished the undergrowth clearance and the site survey. So I think, like, what I would really like to highlight of this is that this is the convergence of the two projects. Yeah, with Slice, after the R&D phase and the Get Growing Challenge, we realized there are certain systemic shocks that we face with our food supply. And also for Movable Village, you know, when we thought that originally it's like, oh, let's just deploy and deploy and deploy. Like, you know, let's just buy things and, like, you know, get people in to add things in. But then when we realized, like, hey, you know, this soil is like not good. Like, do I really want to do this that way? Why don't we like take it in a bite-sized manner? Yeah, that's why we really like look into into this initiative. So the question is, what are our next steps, right? What do we want to achieve, like, with our projects that are coming together?
Yeah, it's very important as well, because I feel like food production shouldn't be thought about as thought, right? Sometimes when we try to grow things in our hierarchy, we'll things like, hey, we don't have enough sun because we are designed in a way that they don't want too much sun. The thing is, can there be an optimal way of building buildings that we live in, while like thinking about food production as well to maximize the use of space? Yeah. So our goal is really to think about how we can, you know, while we have the moonshot of achieving 100% self-sufficiency in food, we don't want to do it in a way that growing sweet potato for everyone so that you can eat the tubers and the greens, but rather we have to think about, like, what's the nutrients that we are feeding ourselves to have a full spectrum of nutrients. And also to think about what are the crops that thrive in our climate. It's so important because, hey, we live in a tropical climate, we have great sun, we have great rain, like, why are we not using it, right? So there's so many different crops that thrive well in our climate that, you know, they can even be weeds, you know, but only if we know about this knowledge, then we can energy and resources efficiently to grow food to feed us. Yeah.
Yeah, and then from the Movable Village aspect, you know, you really want to create an environment where food is part of living, because we have realized that, like, we have been shoeboxed into our homes where we don't really understand the processes that keep us alive. Yeah, as well as, you know, inclusivity through empowerment, because we found that farming is a really effective tool at making people feel like they're contributing and doing things that contribute back to their quality of life. Yeah, including the community building aspect. Yeah. So one reason why we are looking to soil generation is because we read a couple of studies that talk about how when soil is healthy, it's actually a very, very good carbon sink. So it sequesters carbon dioxide from the air, because there are a lot of microorganisms and small plants and undergrowth that take in a lot of this carbon dioxide. Yeah, as well as by increasing the quality of soil, we can cultivate microorganisms, like, or maybe even macroorganisms like earthworms and insects that can help to break down the decomposing matter. Yeah, such that it feeds the soil, that then feeds the food that feeds us.
You said, you know, there's a group of who are very passionate. They've been doing lots of great initiatives like the Soil Preparation Project. They are seeding in a lot of social soil communities. What that means, getting people together to put together their food waste and turn them into nutrients for food, nutrients for our soil, yeah, to grow food. Yeah, so my question is that right now there are a few people, but how can we look at the larger scale, like in terms of doing this in more areas, so that we hit two birds, we kill with one stone, we sequester carbon, and also grow ample, cultivate ample land for us to produce nutritious food. Yeah, so this is actually our highlight, Mr. Tang in the center. He's actually an urban gardener who has set up the first urban farm in Hong Kong. decades ago. And now, after retiring as a physics teacher in Singapore, he is farming at different places, one including MGS. Yeah, so what he does is he collects food waste from food vendors and also from the staff pantry to every day to do this thing called composting. So lots of great effort, but it's laborers as well. So how can we use technology to do this at scale?
Yeah, I think because usually there's this idea that farming is supposedly laborious and backdated, and then it's like people always say like, oh, going back to your roots. Yeah, but actually, like, I find that there is definitely a science to it, and there are ways that we can hack it and to make it more efficient for us as well. So I think that we should not conflate the fact that farming is backwards and then technology is forwards, and there's this dialectic pull. Yeah, but instead we can come together, which is the idea of also permaculture, that looking at systems symbiotically. Yeah, which is actually very much a scientific way of thinking, right? Yeah.
Yeah. So something else that we're looking at is increasing our crop diversity. I think that is one of a global problem as well. Because of monocropping practices, we have lesser and lesser knowledge and usage of all the identifiable like edible plants that we have in the world. So I think we are only like eating like 13 or 30 out of like I'm not sure what's again, like 20,000, 30,000. It's just a very small amount of crops that we are eating out of everything that we can possibly eat that is great for us. Yeah, one thing that we're is understanding nutritional and medicinal benefits. And we will introduce this amazing plant called Palmyra that you might know it in the form of Gula Melaka palm sugar. So this amazing fruit, you can get sugar that is more sustainably farmed than cane sugar. So it uses less water. It doesn't use pesticide. It doesn't need much fertilizer. And if you juice it, you get this amazing drink, and you can ferment it into a tasty alcohol as well. And then you can take parts of it, let's say the leaves and the husks, to make it into utility product like boxes and even write upon it, right? So this was actually found at Kallang, this central part of Singapore. But if it was not identified to us, we would have lost this knowledge of this plant, right? So this is an initiative that we hope to document and also spread the knowledge so that more people can grow this and eat these nutrients.
Yeah, I think that something that I'm not too sure about, but can correct me if I'm wrong, but is that Gula Melaka used to be made with this plant, but then soon it got converted into using brown sugar and coconut, and coconut sugar. Yeah, so then it more commercial, like people always talk about the quality of Gula Melaka as you touch, like whether it's soft or like hard, like crystal kind, and when it's very crystally, it means that it's very high in like raw sugar, not raw sugar, white sugar content. Yeah, so, Palmyra, the kind of sugars that come from the Palmyra, I assume actually is more of the softer kind, but also has more flavor. But somehow the way that industrialization and practices have moved forward, we have completely forgotten that this is like the real tasty thing that our ancestors were eating. Yeah, and it's also nutritious. Yeah, and there have been studies that show that this fruit has staved off starvation in many different civilizations in the past. So you'll find these trees planted along the corridors of Angkor Wat. Yeah, and it's also very revered like in India. Yeah, so it's not just about Angkor Wat or India, but also in Singapore, like or in Malaysia. This has been used like in many different ways, and we have like sort of like forgotten this knowledge. Yeah. So yeah, when we talk about all these questions, so what are certain gaps that we find keeping us from achieving our goals, and how do we maybe address them? I think that firstly, in the context of Singapore, there is this idea of there's a policy gap as well as a mindset gap, where we think that there's this mindset that goes into policy setting that says Singapore is not an agricultural society. We have no space to grow our food. Yeah, but then like the question would be then, isn't it a matter of implementation? Yeah, how do we have the appropriate technology to help us fulfill the vision of a city that's a resilient food system? Yeah, because right now we have the 30 by 30 goal, and while I really see that the potential of hydroponics is there in creating like high output leafy greens and like things that we love like kale and strawberries, is actually I feel that there's a misalignment in terms of policy setting, because there are many other soy-based farms that are being shut down, not in the name of converting into hydroponics specifically, but they've been shut down for like military users and for like estate redevelopments. And I think the question that I would then ask the policymakers is, there is so much injection of effort and capital into building new farms, but why are we trashing and like shutting down our old farms when they both are moving towards the same goal, right? So like, how do we find that balance of different solutions to give us a holistic and resilient policy that can lead us to that greater future?
Yeah. There's also another part that we need to look at, right? In order for us to be fully self-sufficient in terms of our food, so do we need to be self-sufficient in terms of the input, right? Sometimes when we think about, I think Stuart mentioned that even for hydroponics, because it's such an infant technology as compared to the ways of like growing food outdoors. So like things like, what's the energy that you're using to power a hydroponic system that needs AC and also LED lights? So that is where we can look at like using more renewable sources of energy, and how is the water being used. Right now, I think in terms of like the hydroponics, water that is an output from the after cycling weeks, it has to be collected through a company in Singapore for disposal, just because of the nutrients content that is left inside. Is there a chance for us to use that output for other things, and things like that? And for nutrients wise, nutrition A and B, and also like our supplies of like compost and fertilizer, are we self-sufficient when it comes to that? And last but not least, growing medium, like the soil that we use, as Shireen mentioned earlier, that if we continue in our path and not do anything, we have 60 years of farmable soil. So are we buying soil from overseas or what? That's something that we have to look at. And in terms of soilless farming, we need to look at what is the growing medium that we are using. Is it are we self-sufficient in terms of that, or are we relying on our neighbors for such resources as well? So these are the questions that we are asking, and constantly finding the right solution for it.
Yeah, there's also the question of like propagating, right? Like if you're always importing seeds from overseas, because when you have like kale and strawberries as like really like prize crops that everyone loves, and it's always marketed in Singapore as things you normally would not be able to grow. Yeah. But then like how do you perpetuate it? Like in the end, you still have to import your seeds from maybe New Zealand or America. Yeah. And for a lot of leafy greens, once it's like consumed, is done in a hydroponic system, as compared to like a soil-based system where you might propagate it in a certain way. So the question is like, how do we make our linear systems more circular? Yeah. And feed ourselves better.
Yeah. So in mind all these gaps, right? Like the big challenge is to ask us like, what are the appropriate technologies that can be applied to soil-based farming. So I feel like technology should not be seen as an evil source, right? When talking to a lot of gardeners, I think there's always this thought that, hey, like there is already like enough technology for permaculture-based farming. Working with the nature, you've got already sunlight, you've already got like rain. If you cultivate the microorganisms and put in your food waste, everything is there. But I think there's also other things like, when it comes to breaking labor, can we for example, use robotics in that area? Yeah, so this is the question that we've been asking ourselves a lot. And of soilless farming, of course, we can look at innovating, like what is the nutrient source, like changing from something that is nutrient A system that only has some key macronutrients and micronutrients. Can we look at more organic sources of for hydroponics and all that?
Yeah. So this is actually a design that was featured in the documentary The Need to Grow. I highly recommend everybody watch it, like just to keep an open mind. They're quite, I think, a bit of drama because, you know, they have to make the documentary exciting. But basically, the Green Powerhouse is designed by an inventor and thinker. He knows a lot of different things. He like was into technology and science and even like into space technology. And he designed this thing called the Green Powerhouse. So basically how it works is that the only input is wood chips. Yeah, I think it's locally sourced wood chips from offcuts, from neighboring factories. And he has applied a large amount of scientific ways of thinking into the process that makes it like super green. So the wood chips are combusted in an enclosed environment, so there's no CO2 that is brought out, released to the atmosphere, and then the wood chips then turn into this thing that they call biochar, which is basically a form of like a activated carbon kind of thing, something like that. Yeah, and the heat and energy that is generated from the combustion of the wood chips then powers the inner parts where on the right side you see is actually a microalgae farm. Yeah, so he grows a microalgae because it's one of the substrates that is able to break down and add life to the biochar that currently, you know, it's just carbon that has no life. Yeah, and then like his way of getting inspiration is actually to look into the processes of the earth, you know, the way that carbon and coals have been created, the way that soil has been compacted and soil has been made like over millions of years, which goes back to the idea of natural intelligence, you know, understanding like how the earth works, and then biomimicry, which is to learn from it, and to mimic the processes in nature, in something that actually looks really like tacky and looks really like disjointed, but holds a lot of those like I dare say like wisdom, in order to create like and speed up the processes that, you know, the earth does in millions of years, but he's able to do it in a couple of days, and to accelerate the recovery of the planet.
And there's also this, I think, as I mentioned earlier, there's this like battle of the two camps, people who be soil farming and soilless farming. So there's the divergence of ideology and inability to see eye to eye in certain ways of the future of food, right? But we're really thinking whether or not like there could be a place where people from the two camps can meet halfway, and if there's a chance for synergy to be formed to build a closed loop food system. So I think one example that while Shri and I we were talking about, we bounced off this really interesting idea. Like Shri mentioned, maybe what we can do with the water hydroponics farm that has some nutrient solution, can we channel that into a place to feed microalgae that can be a food source? So these are some of the ideas, like how can we look using each other's like ways, in a sense, that be one way, or we can be learning more from nature and adopting it in the closed system.
So, you know, like the nutrient water coming out from hydroponic systems, right now I think hydroponics is almost the opposite of permaculture, because in permaculture we think about what are different ways that we can balance the system out. But and then, you know, you accept that there are certain things like what we might traditionally consider pests, to come into your garden, because it's when you allow insects to come into your garden, you also get your pollinators. If you're also applying pesticides on everything, then nobody's going to come. Everything's going to be, you know, very sterile. Which right now I think hydroponics, they are kind of adopting that method where everything is sterile, everything is contained, and that actually leads to, you know, nutrient water coming in at 100% purity, or like, you know, ideal condition, and then after it has been used up by the plant, it comes out at maybe like a 30% like ideal, which is not too good for the plants anymore, and it just gets disposed of, right? But what if we could add like a certain bit, like something that can make it a little bit more circular, like maybe to grow microalgae in using the leftover nutrient water, so that way you don't have to spend resources to get rid of it, and then you have microalgae that can feed back into your system, maybe through something like as a bio fertilizer. So I think that like everyone is trying to work to the same goal, like I said, right? Like how do we integrate knowledge from different camps. Yeah. To make that happen. So yeah.
If you need the answer, it wouldn't be called innovation. So yeah, we have a common challenge to solve. So I think sometimes it's also to drop our ego to think that there's only one way to solve the problem. How about like learning from each other, like traditional and high tech, like whatever it is, if it's a good technology to solve a problem, looking at the whole system. Of course, we can't just look at technology for a certain application, but also its implication in the whole system, right? Yeah, so basically we are calling you for your help because we need people to plug into our ecosystem, and we would love to meet more passionate individuals who have an idea and want to be part of the ideation of how to develop this sustainable and circular food system in the agri-tech space and also the food production space. Yeah, sure, you want to flash?
Yeah, sorry, I'm replying Benjamin.
No worries. Yeah, so that they can. Yeah. We're also looking for.
You go for it.
Yeah, so we're looking to work with more startups that can help with sustainable ways of living, incorporating food into living solutions, and also more sustainable sources of resource inputs, the energy needed to run for hydroponics, and also the nutrients to run for hydroponics to work, and also technologies for growing, be it in the space of soilless or soil farming. Yeah, so if you have any questions, please drop them in the box. Otherwise, we really hope to stay connected with all of you. We have for Slice RoboCafe, I think we have an email. Yeah, maybe we can drop it in the chat. Sure, anything to add?
I feel that like as in this whole thing, like, you know, we're still looking at it from like a two camps kind of thing, where we're looking into agri-tech and then we're looking into traditional farming. But I really do believe that the future of it is a lot more integrated into even our philosophies of how we engage our lives. Like, you know, how there was a shift where we understood you cannot pollute the world anymore, and then minimum is to not pollute, maximum is to try to like help the world recover. And then I think that naturally, like I'm very heartened to see that in a very domestic scale, people are starting to plant things in their own homes. But I'm wondering, like at like paradigm and community scale, you know, could there be like, when, you know, we say startups that can help with sustainable ways of living? Yeah, this is really, really broad, because I feel that the best ideas and the best solutions come from teasing in different like philosophies, and we can learn from, you know, whether it is something as random as like making music. You know, if let's say we find that there's a correlation with like music and with plants, and then therefore like we're able to use it in a way that, you know, you might never have thought of it, that like, you know, music and plants, and this is just an example. I'm just making a hypothetical right situation. Yeah, that I think those are the things that can like help us be at the front of that innovation. Yeah, and I'm super curious because I feel that like the amazing thing about the Audacity community is that we support. There's no idea that's too crazy. Yeah, if there's something that we feel that like, you know, hey, this could be possible, we're gonna try it. Yeah, because a lot of solutions are already being tried by other people, you know, other startups. So yeah, I would love to see like hear from you guys, like what is your craziest idea? You know, what are you guys passionate about? You know, the kind of ideas that keep you up at night. Yeah. Jia, I can't hear you. Oh no, what happened? Can you refresh the page? Anyway, I'd like to invite anybody who is on this to like come on and just like chat with us. Yeah. So then we're talking about composting. So yeah, like so I think Rebecca is making a good point that like it's really about I think it's about the ecosystem that the composting area is in. Yeah. Jia, you back? Yeah, perfect. Yeah.
Great.
Yeah. Yeah, because like I think that in my experience, right, there have been certain neighborhoods that I lived in that I see that even when there's no waste around, no composting around, rats still come into the house. Yeah. And there's some places where like, I can leave food out there and like there no roaches, no anything. Yeah. So somehow, yeah, I think that like it really matters as to like what is going on around the house and where you're doing the composting. Yeah. Does anyone have any suggestions as to how we can make composting less with less pests in Singapore? Thanks for joining us, everyone. Yeah, please don't be shy and like please drop us any questions. Wait, I can hear you again.
Can you hear me? Yeah, you can hear me. Yeah. So I think maybe the soil regeneration project guys can advise on that. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
In general, if there are more browns. Oh yeah, Brian, our trusty urban gardener friend. If there are more browns, then the pest pressure is lower. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. Because I think the thing that attracts pests is moisture and smell. Yeah.
Yeah, Brian, I think I myself a sometimes I'm very lazy to cover up. Shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah.
Brian, what's the ideal for brown materials again? Like 50-50. Like I know everyone has a different ratio, but I think as long as you have enough carbon materials, you can avoid that.
Yeah. Exactly. Yes. So food scrap is like I think it depends lah. Like it's all about minimizing the moisture that goes into it and then like the smells that are emitted from it. Yeah. So I mean, if you how do I say this? Have to be more selective with what you compost. Yeah. Although I mean, in general, we would love to compost everything that every waste that comes out of our kitchen, but I think that requires a couple different ways of producing or composting. Yeah, whether you use like earthworms or like flies or something, then that's like a next level thing. Yeah, but naturally with the soil, I think there's a certain limit as to how much it can take in a certain time frame. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, guys. I think if there's nothing else and no questions, then you can join us on Spatial, which is an online platform where we can mingle with the rest of the community. Thank you so much for joining us, and I hope that you guys like had something to think about, and maybe even learn something. Yeah. Yes, Rebecca, please drop us an email or a message. Yeah, and you can definitely come and visit us. Yeah. Benjamin as well. Yeah.
All right, shall we go party?
Yeah. Let's find out whether I can find the link to drop to everybody. Yeah.
Yeah, anyway, we will be doing a lot of work on our outdoor farm. Yeah. So if you like part of the brain of the bronze.
Bronze. I need
bronze.
Yeah.
Yeah, bronze. Yeah.
Yeah.
We'd love to host you, Benjamin, Rebecca.
Yeah.
Whoever who is here that is new to our community.
Yeah. All right, guys, have a great day. And for the people in America, different time zone, have a great night. Yeah, and we'll see you on Spatial. Bye-bye.
All right, we're done with mission number 2. Getting ready for the last mission, which is finding synergies and alignment across what everyone has shared today, which I can see a lot. Let the questions sink in, and then once the timer is up, we will start our discussion.
One of the conventions that we have to get rid of is that learning stops at some point. because I find that people can always learn, but unfortunately we feel that, because we have specialized in a certain topic, we cannot learn the other topic, and that is a big impediment to our own self-growth. Yeah.
In one
Thanks.
specific domain. Maybe one big convention that we can change is that government knows best. Understand that a specific domain, specific knowledge is not important. We need a variety of skill set and knowledge. Maybe we should be providing more empowerment to the people process. Sometimes because we have this feeling that we cannot do anything, and that like Joginder was mentioning, you have to get into government in order for you to make any sort of change.
Sharon or Vanessa, any thoughts?
Yeah, I can share mine. I think one convention that we need to get rid of is about thinking in parts. So it works both in our body and also in the society. So like how I think it's not possible or in fact unhealthy to think about our well-being as mental, physical, and emotional, like in parts. The whole thing, your mental is affected by your emotional, and your emotional is affected by your physical state. So they all have to come together, and that creates a wholesome person. Yes. It's not just within ourselves, but also in the society. So like what you said about specialization, sometimes it's because of economy, right? So we think that we want to specialize in something, and we do just that. But I realized that over time, I mean, for myself at least, if I specialize in just one thing, I feel that it's not me. Like I'm not being a wholesome being. I'm not achieving what I am meant to do. Yeah, say for example, if I just be a tennis coach, or if I just be an entrepreneur, if I take anything else out of the equation, am I still a wholesome person? Yeah, for me, I think everything has to be integrated, and that's when I will feel whole. That's when I'll feel like I'm myself. Yeah. So I think the convention here that I'm saying, it's how we think about in segregated manners and how we think in parts, when actually things should be integrated.
Yes. Yeah. Yes, everything is so connected. And actually, I learned the other day that when we're depressed and we have a heart attack, our physiology, the way our body system works is completely the same. But it's because of culture and how it makes sense to the external world. They label things differently. While everything is mental health, physical health is so connected. We just put different labels on them. Yes, everything's integrated.
I think it's really cool that we are all pretty similar in a sense that like the conventions that we are looking for are somewhat like related to learning, like always learning and not like being specialized in that sense. So I think for me, I think one of the conventions that are very, very similar to all you guys as well, it's more towards thinking that someone else knows the best, or and kind of like relying on a specialized person, thinking that okay, you are the person that I should go to ask these questions, and that they are always right. So I think it goes both ways as well. Like if I have to be receptive of someone saying something that's opposing of my ideas, and also the other way around, where the other person can actually put forth an opposing question as well, and not to be silent in a way that just because this professor or like whatsoever says this thing, they are always right. And I think this also ties in very closely with like being specialized and also being like multi what's that term?
Multidisciplinary?
Yeah, that's right. Thanks. Yeah, like multidisciplinary, because you want to always explore into a subsection of another section so that you can actually enhance like where you are currently at as well. And that is where most breakthroughs happen, because that is the crossroad of like things actually entering into each other dimensions as well. So I think on that note, society tends to like trust or prefer, actually not really society, but it's more of like economy prefers like a specialized type of working. And that is where, I don't know, like moving forward, even the economy may not be even preferring that type of wayward as well. Yeah, it's more of like socioeconomics, and like what Sharon mentioned also, it's more of like being a wholesome well-being. Like just because I'm a clown in my daytime job doesn't mean that I can't be a very serious like philosopher at night. Yeah, like I think the belief that everyone is growing and learning and doing many things in the name of individual exploration should be broken down. Yeah, instead of like saying, hey, when you were 15 years old, you were anti-gay, and then today, 20 years old, I think you're faking like that you are, for gays. Like people change all the time, and that's something I think that people need to embrace.
Yeah.
Actually, stereotyping a particular person based on his past, or like you mentioned, the clown in the day job does not mean he can't be a serious philosopher at night. Yeah, the stereotyping mindset, if we can remove that will be a whole lot better, I think, when we go forward.
It's a lot easier.
Yeah. yeah, I think we have a tendency to reduce someone's identity to like one particular role or job, and that's why I've started to make a conscious effort to not ask what do you do.
Yes.
Because I tend to like funnel my perception of this person to just like that job. But everyone is just so much more than a job. They've got a lot of other selves that we. Have you guys heard of the term multi-potentialite?
Yeah, it's a really big thing on Medium, I think.
So I would really recommend this talk on TED Talk. I forgot what it's called, but I think if you search multi-potentialite, essentially for those who feel bad, people like us who have like multiple different range of interests and always feel bad for not specializing in one thing, she coined this term for us, like multi-potentialite. It's not that there's anything wrong with you, it's just you have multiple interests, and sometimes combining all these interests you create a totally new like industry or segment that only you're uniquely kind of good at.
The concept of collective groups of people taking decisions on their own, like a caucus or say through a common vote. So that's a good idea, but it's not scalable. So if you go, like, you can do it for a community, and then you can have multiple communities, and maybe if you want to do it for the entire country itself, because there are so many. I'll give you a small example. So in my office, not now, sometime back, I came to know that people want like to arrange coffee and tea. Okay. So then some people came and told me that they want a coffee machine. So I bought a coffee machine. Then some people told me they wanted to go out and have at the cafe. So I said, okay, go and do that. Then some people said that they wanted to make coffee themselves. So we got that full stove and stuff like that for the kitchen. In the end, what happened is after all that, people started ordering in anyway. So it's so you have small different groups is fine, but when you try to put it for a bigger group, it becomes a difficult issue. I'm not saying it can't be done, but it becomes a difficult issue. Yeah.
My personal thoughts is that it's like whether we rely on the system or the government or not, it actually goes down a lot to self-efficacy, which is kind of like how what we believe we do actually have, whether it has an impact on the world or not. Yeah, I mean, if we don't think that, like I said, the mind and the body is a lot in sync, right? If you think of doing something but you don't actually do it, and you cannot control your body to do it and to actualize what you are thinking, then your self-control and the power that you give yourself is going to be very little. You don't think that you can do certain things. But if you have self-efficacy and you think that you are able to do and manifest what you want to do, then you rely a lot less on the system. But because we think that we are incapable, or not incapable, but rather we don't believe in what we can do, and that's why we kind of tend to want to rely on the system and rely on what the system feeds us. Like, say for example, like a job, like going into a job instead of trying to actualize what we think we are meant to do. Yeah, because we don't believe that we can actually bring it to life. Yeah. So I think it boils down a little bit more on self-belief, self-efficacy, and how it all ties into whether we rely on a system or not.
Any final thoughts by everyone in the last 2 minutes that we have?
How could we get this maker movement to spread to others? I mean, the big issue here is like you mentioned about the maker movement, right? Like the maker movement is a good solution to get people to create, right? To create their own things that allows them to be more the self-efficacy issue. How can we, probably get this maker movement to reach out to all students? Actually, education, I would say from a Singaporean context, education will play a big role.
So when you start expanding the maker movement, right, then more and more people start realizing that things can be made and they don't have to depend on a system. So actually, I'm sorry, I'm not recollecting the name immediately, but I know that even Mistletoe has started a children's. I went there also. So basically, what happens when you go there, you start rewarding children, and when they start seeing things, the reward is seeing things they created. So when they see something they created, so that itself is a big reward, and that's very positive reinforcement from childhood. So when they started from childhood, that creates a network effect for the maker movement to expand and go forward. So I think that's a very good idea to expand the maker movement and make sure that everybody starts understanding what it is.
Jam complete. So in a short span of 1 hour, we've gone through this journey of kind of maybe not completely reinventing how society should live, but just like sparking some thoughts and ideas completely. So I'm feeling very inspired personally by everyone's kind of thoughts and comments. So thank you for being a part of this experimental conversation.
Hello, everyone. I'm Ritika, the lead for Project Shia, and we'll be giving you an update of the Next Generation Civilization Kit, how far we've come in the past year, and are moving in from the ideation stage of iteration 1 to prototyping and the current community and outreach events we're currently organizing. With me today is Kritika.
Hello.
My teammate and the ESD researcher at Ecolabs NTU, who will be introducing a new holistic approach to unit and community design through the International Parametric Competition, and Irasiad.
Hi.
From YSI Southeast Asia to share the community activities till date, a couple of interesting startups that our community stores. Just a quick reminder, Kritika will be sharing her screen today, so please double click to maximize her window for a better viewing experience. Yeah. Okay, so the team was looking at how can we create a sharing platform to engage technical and non-technical skill sets of the youth, to design and prototype sustainable off-grid modular kit comprising of innovative building solutions in terms of water, energy, and shelter, to enable communities to deploy the next generation civilization kit. The notion of, is it possible for an individual to be empowered to build and organically form a community with like-minded people? To execute this project in terms of technical collaborations, we worked closely with educational institutes to integrate our challenge statements and in terms of modular solutions for water and energy into project-based learning for engineering, design, and sustainability disciplines. In terms of community building, the youth interested in the environment, technology, or related disciplines join us to make learning fun through scouting technology solutions, outreach to encouraging like-minded individuals to visualize and empower their future cities. So till date, thank you, Kritika. So till date, we've engaged about 200 students through collaborations with youth organizations, workshops, and universities to envision their future city. So coming up summarizes our journey to create the first iteration. Thanks for listening in. Over to you, Kritika, to explain more about our current technical initiatives for ideating about iteration to the next generation civilization kit.
Thanks, Ritika. Now I will be telling more about Civilization Kit 2.0. The positive and the well-received responses from our student design competitions and engagement led us and motivated us to get back to them, asking them to design their community this time. Next Generation Civilization Kit 2.0 is the design of self-sustaining sharing communities. So we have launched a parametric design competition with the aim to challenge the pre-existing perception of designers by calling them to explore on innovative concepts and sustainable technology. The focus of the competition is to adapt a kaleidoscopic parameter-based approach to conceptualize and design a sharing community for a better future. The challenge will be to design a prototype of a self-sufficient dwelling unit with the potential to expand into modular communities where individuals can live, work, play, and exchange ideas. We believe in adopting an integrated systems approach using efficient cutting-edge technologies, thereby challenging the existing ideas and technology. The site can be anywhere in Southeast Asia. The site area of 3,000 square meters was considered as it would be the starting point for a community to raise and flourish in the future. The dwelling to community scale shall be designed by thinking beyond the current standards for sustainability. The unit scale should address to reduce the energy and the water needs per day per person. So let's understand more about the shelter. The smallest dwelling unit will be 25 square meters per person and should cater to individuals' needs like rest, cook, bath, and work while maintaining the indoor thermal comfort in the range of 24 to 28 degrees Celsius. We are looking at the unit being structurally feasible, flexible, easy to assemble, and flat pack. In terms of energy, we are looking into harnessing from renewable sources and reducing the current energy consumption pattern by 50 to 70%. Water, 70 liters per day per person, or 30 to 50% reduction from the current consumption pattern. We're also looking at different rainwater catchment treatments and black water treatment systems. The unit to community scale will follow a parametric-based approach. These parameters will identified are the basic need for a community growth and will be considered for design development simulation, which will help to demonstrate the optimized design solution for footprint, energy, and other parameters. So let's have a quick look at the parameters. Daylighting, maximize natural light and minimize artificial lighting. Solar potential, scope of harnessing solar energy. Wind, maximizing natural ventilation and minimizing the dependency on air conditioning. Energy, calculate the energy consumption and reduction of energy per dwelling unit. Green space, open green space in terms of parks and gardens for an inclusive community. Blue space, rainwater harvesting and reduction of urban heat island. Road network and footprint, shortest distance traveled by a person and reduced building footprint area on a piece of land. Farming, type of farming considered for production of food within the community and the energy and the water requirements for it. Resilience, space for emergency situation and ease for construction of dwelling units. So it's time to redesign our future. Let's be the change maker and perceive the environment in an alternative way, looking at a best compromised and optimized solution. So if you're interested, do join the competition by registering on projectshare.com to redesign the future communities. Over to you, Irisia, to elaborate more on the YSI engagements.
Thank you, Kritika. So now I'll be sharing more about some community updates. And just to give you guys a little bit of a context, like what is this YSI Southeast Asia? So YSI Southeast Asia actually came in as a partner for Project Share back in March of 2020. And honestly, we're very excited about the prospect of bringing youth from all walks of life to come together to co-create the next generation civilization kit. So how do we do this? First, we started by bringing youth from all over the world into an online community and gave an introduction into what Project Share stands for, as well as the end goal of creating a physical space that embodies sustainable principles in a community setting. So after that, the next few months were focused on understanding the community a little bit better. So what we did was we collected insights of their living preferences, as well as introducing specific ways that they could contribute to the project. We then looked into continuing the insights collection process of what the community valued. We also looked at alternative ways of engagement to get people on board. And what we ended up with was a collaboration with 2 artists and musicians. And the collective wisdom from the community, coupled with the artistic vision of the artist and musician, actually came together to form an immersive audiovisual experience. And finally, we work closely with community members, which resulted in knowledge output and potential startups. And we are continuing to work with the community to contribute in whatever way they are able to. So that kind of begs the question, what do we mean by community output exactly? So we actually started community engagement by first getting community input about what they prioritized in a living space. And it was very clear that the community values were actually in alignment with Project Shia's early focus areas. So from there, they can actually contribute in one of 2 ways. So the first way is that if they are an individual that isn't currently working on a project or a startup, we invited them to contribute to our collective understanding of the technology required for Project Shia to become reality. This generally involves community members indicating the broad area which they are interested in, having a discussion to narrow down the topic, and working to identify existing technologies to achieve energy, water, or shelter provision. They would be looking out for what solutions exist and what technological level they are at right now. However, if the community member was already working on a project or startup, we also invited them to be part of the community. We interacted with the founders to have a more in-depth understanding of their work, and we are currently working on determining how best to integrate their solutions into Project Shia. So one such solution can be found in the form of Light of Hope Philippines. So let's watch a short presentation from their startup.
Light of Hope, impact startup that is focused on improving the lives of the underserved off-the-grid communities through the use of clean renewable energy technologies. We started with the solar night lamps in the bottles. Through an amazing list of supporters, it has allowed us to reach many communities in the Philippines. 1,400 plus households has now access to light. $146 savings achieved per household per year. 2,800 plus PET plastic bottles has been repurposed and has been diverted from the landfills. And we also help reduce CO2 emissions of up to 80,000 kilograms. Our vision is from light to energy and livelihood. We wanted to empower families to generate new income per month through the cloud grid system. It is a solar power generator set with the Wi-Fi connectivity. It will enable families to have 2 new sources of income. First is to resell energy by charging mobile phones. Second is to resell the internet connectivity through the Wi-Fi.
And one other example we have is Solitaire from Singapore.
Hi everyone, I'm Abhi. Natalia and I are working on Solitaire. We were brought together by our passion for creating change using our technical skills. Between us, we have a master's and a PhD in engineering. I specialize in green technology and have worked on various tech solutions in Singapore and in the UK. Natalia has over 10 years of experience in sensors and urban planning and has founded companies that specialize in air distribution systems in different parts of the world. Today, I'm here to talk to you about space cooling. The air conditioner was invented over 100 years ago, but the design pretty much hasn't changed. You might say, is it really necessary to reinvent the wheel? That's where we beg to differ. The air conditioner is more harmful than you would think. First, it's a huge contributor to the increasing demand for energy in buildings, both globally and in Southeast Asia. Also, cooling is actually heating up our world due to carbon emissions, especially in densely populated areas such as cities. At Solitaire, we want to do things differently. That's why we are building a completely solar-powered, intelligent energy system for sustainable cooling that saves energy, reduces costs, and provides eco-cooling. We are able to do this with our innovative design using flexible solar panels that act as foldable blinds that can be installed in any window.
So those are examples of some startups within our ecosystem. So now I'll be handing the time back to Ritika to close off our sharing. Ritika, please.
Thanks, Erisyad. So in-house, we were brainstorming how can we engage a larger community to define how their single unit or their self-sufficient unit would be and how that can grow into the respective needs of a community. That's when we launched the Visualizing Challenge. I'll drop the link down below. So that is where participants have the opportunity to actually visualize their future cities with various visualizing gaming and gaming platforms. So if you're interested or know anyone who's playing Minecraft, Blockwood, or Block 3D, the link for the competition is below. And let's all empower our own selves to visualize a better future. Thank you for your attention. Feel free to start the conversation with us. You can just request for access and then we can have a session. Hi.
Hey, thank you. Yeah, this is a great chance to see the holistic view of the latest update. So thanks so much. Yeah. So I know actually piece by piece, but
yeah.
It's a great to see the whole picture. Yeah.
So we are looking at a couple of startups. So we thought we will phase it in and then, I'm sure, I'm not sure if Bobby is here, but we were looking at meeting with him and then showing his short video as well in the near.
I see.
Yeah.
So that the first video you showed us, that's actually first iteration of, building the prototype,
Yes.
right?
Yes, the project share.
Wow.
So we're in the phase where we're getting authority submissions in line.
Yeah, that part is a realistic part. Yeah, we can create the idea, but of course,
execution sometimes is the challenge.
And the point is, becoming real. Okay, I need to go through all, approval and regulatory clearance, and I see. Yeah.
So that's where we're at, but we're now starting with Kritika's competition. Kritika, maybe you can pull up the link for the participate page. With that, we are looking at can we create a universal framework with a couple of parameters that people can actually, it's a little more technical in a sense, but create their challenges and what are the priorities they would think in their future homes.
Is that more like a simulation tool, or so change the parameters and see the impact of the energy consumption and things like that?
Yes. So we just went back into looking at what a basic community would require, not just an individual unit, multiple individual units. So that's when we came about with the 9 parameters, which will be more important to tackle. We're going to play around the 9 parameters to see how best it can be a self-sustaining sharing community.
I see.
So that's more like simulation and design, both will be there. We are also looking at tapping at biomimicry into it. Biomimicry will be a concept to come up with a form for this parametric. So we've got the registration open on our website. So all that we have to do is to go click register now, and then it takes us directly into the registration page.
I see. So one side is a physical installation, and the other side simulation based evaluation. And then
Yes.
how do you merge those two results together?
Okay.
We are
So
hoping that we will do a CD of us and then put with photos, animate, and then hopefully we can use that to maybe simulate how we can live in this space.
Oh, I see.
later we would maybe take our simulated iteration and given human inputs, direct inputs, or make it like a slider system where a person says, hey, I want this, and then see the change come out.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Kritika, maybe I can go to the challenge. I think it's the challenge.
Yeah, I'm just here. So this is the main challenge, and these are the parameters that we are looking at tackling. And getting the unit going from one unit to multiple units and see how self-sufficient and sharing the community could be.
So, Mary has a question. Is parametric design a lot more targeted to architecture students?
So it's open to any coders because a lot of parametric software use C++, and C script and Python programming language. So anybody who's into coding also can do their coding and feed it into any visualizing softwares. Yeah, it's not specifically targeted to architects. You're welcome to join if you're wanting
I don't
to
think
do
I
some.
have the skill set to do it myself.
I see.
And
then,
would you like to share some of the other startups that we looked at?
Yeah, so we have a few so the two startups that we actually put front and center are more on the energy side. We have I think you're familiar with Circular Blueprint that's looking at the like the shelter side, and then we have a bunch of agriculture startups that are working both with water and food. So there's so one startup that we're looking at to involve single moms to actually work as a decentralized kitchen sort of concept. So that's one. And we also have this other startups that's working on vertical farming as well. So a bunch of stuff that's quite interesting. We're still trying to piece together how it would look like within Project Shia as a collective. But it's quite promising on some of these early startups that are gaining interest.
Sure. Bobby, do you want to ask us your question?
Yeah, come join.
Any homes? Bobby asked the question in the.
Yeah.
I don't know. What do you guys think?
I so I would love to live in a tiny home. I think it's a lot easier to maintain. As long as I can live comfortably. What about you? And then we go to Kritika and Alicia.
Yeah, tiny homes are really a good option. And I think it also solves the problem of everybody having their own space to live in and reducing the footprint in large chunks. That's how I see it. And towards the end, it'll also look into the carbon aspect of it. Yeah, should be a great future.
Atsushi, what do you think?
In Japan, actually, most of the houses are tiny homes. Anyway, but joke aside, actually, people enjoying tiny mobile house as well. So if it is a mobile, right, you can enjoy the different places, right? Because the maybe footprint of the living space is small, but if it is placed in the beautiful, nature ground, in that case, could not feel any sort of a tininess. Rather, it's a depend on the environment around the home, right? If it's a tiny home is packed together, like maybe Hong Kong, it's quite, it's like depressing, right? But if it is a place in the beautiful nature, then no problem. because you can enjoy outside more, right? So I think tiny home could be very interesting in combination with the mobility of the house, or maybe not every day, but maybe every 3 months we can change the place, here and there. Summer maybe near the sea, and then winter maybe some warm place, or maybe some mountain side to enjoy skiing. So it could be very interesting, right? Because then we can work from home anyway, so we can change the place of living, but still working online. Then maybe no problem, right? Yeah.
That's true. Actually, I don't know how many of us can actually afford our homes. So just taking into account how many of us can afford our homes without being in debt or taking a loan, I think tiny homes are a great option.
Yeah. That doesn't make sense because paying a lot of money for the land itself, right? Not
Yes.
exactly house, right? So
Yes.
that's why I sometimes I'm amazed, when back to my village or country. I came from a village of one of the village of the Japan, and of course the land is almost free. That's why it looks like so great. Wow, it's a very big house, and how much is it? Actually, wow, not so expensive, right?
Yeah.
Because a building house itself is not expensive, but most of part is paying for the rent. That's why we need to figure out how to decrease the rent cost, because people are not living forever, right? It's a certain period of time. So in that case, we don't need to own exactly. Maybe just get some share, for my lifetime only. Then maybe cost of the housing will be much lower. Yeah. And also we can move around the module or house itself. Then it's very easy. Okay, 30 years I'm here, but afterwards the house will be moved out, right? Then that also may be one option. Yeah.
Sorry,
And
Does my mic work?
yes, go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, so I think it's an interesting factoid that Taira-san kind of shared about land being really, really cheap in Japan. I was thinking that one of the enabling factors for tiny homes moving forward is actually to use a lot of land that's currently not available, not just in Japan, but all around the world. Maybe not as relevant in Singapore right now because we're still very much the HDB system is still something that is still front and center. But I think once more land starts to be unlocked, and if there are ways for us to work, kind of maybe travel cross border and stuff like that, I think those are some solutions that will come out in the future, not just on a technological level, but on a policy level to enable tiny homes, I think. And we see more migration of people going elsewhere as well.
And also, we don't need to have even in Singapore, need to have a huge central district anymore, right? Maybe at least a half. If government say 50% only, right? So in that case, why we need 100%, right? So in that sense, central district could be much more maybe lower rising and also distributed. And then maybe it's important to have something satellite office, maybe outside, suburban part of the Singapore even. And then it's more like it could be more like equalized, right? It's at this moment central district is very high, and then some part is not so. So I think that also, even in Singapore, I think we can do that. Yeah, that's my sense.
Yeah. Well, I hope Bobby we answered your question.
Yeah, and one more thing is the ease of construction. The construction time becomes really less.
Yeah.
So that's also going to help. It's not a long waiting time to see your house come and take into shape. It's going to be much faster, and more people then will opt to go in for such solutions.
Yeah. So one argument that we had was, one side, try to build the house or building very strong, like a lasting 100 years. That's one side. The other side is no need to last so long. 30 years is okay. Some more lighter or flexible, but no lasting for long. So I think it's a kind of quite left and right. There's very wide spectrum. But what do you think? It's a resilience or strength of the structure. That was a big factor, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Kritika actually was doing some research on the carbon impact of it. So maybe we can share some of that the next time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Concrete is actually a big part of the carbon footprint, right?
Carbon.
Yeah.
Yes.
So it's not friendly for environment, for example. So in that case, it's better to, even in Singapore, humid, but we can have some wood maybe made with sort of some technology like coating, and then it could be resilient towards humidity and also heat, for example. Yeah.
Bobby, do you want to share more about the material that your startup is working on? It sounds so cryptic that we're waiting for a message.
It's good. That's a hybrid.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, and also I like to involve more young people's opinion in the future, because they may think different way, like tiny home, no problem, or but I want to have something like that, or I think in the future we can involve maybe teenagers in the session. Even.
Yeah, I think now it's semester time, so that's why I think this session was.
Yeah, not this time, but yeah.
Yeah, but I think let's have this conversation as maybe the next time, where we get more youngsters to even start that conversation. Do they even think that they can afford their house if unless they are inheriting their house in a sense from their parents?
Yeah.
And that will really, I think mobile homes is a brilliant solution. But I think you would need a little bit of infrastructure to maybe plug into the grid if possible, or can we create? I'm sure Sampo works on that.
Yeah. They that's a Japanese startup, and then they are also developing some sort of a house core, which is base station, and also mobile core. So in combination, enjoying some freedom of moving around, but also sometimes they want to back to the kind of big living room, and also enjoy some party with other people. Then need some big space, and then there's a house core. It's like a shared big living room and also kitchen, and then come back to the base station and then enjoy. It's a of course a different type of the lifestyle, but back and forth, right? That's
when you say base station, it reminds me as if they're going out of space or something.
Yeah, something like similar, but in the future it could happen in the space as well, right?
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, Bobby said transforming plastic waste to create. Oh, that's nice.
How are you doing that, Bobby?
So should I give that answer, because it'll take him a little bit of time, because I'm
I think go ahead.
I'm also a little bit familiar with the work that Bobby does. And Bobby, if I represent the company wrong, just tell me in the chat. But the general idea is that he's using plastic waste as an aggregator for the bricks. Oh my god, Bobby is here.
Oh my god.
Congratulations.
Oh my god. Okay. So I've been trying to get it on. Yeah, so we just use those kind of plastic waste. We tend to work with some kind of informal waste collectors, and then they collect the plastic waste for us. Then we do the necessary processing of it. Then we mix everything together with other materials, and then that's how we turn it into a brick. Yeah.
Ah, I see.
And yeah, one funny thing that we realize is actually this kind of bricks, right? It can actually it can be better than conventional bricks in terms of strength, or even in terms of a lot of other material, like in terms of like cooling.
Oh, really?
It's pretty more. It's like more energy efficient in a way.
Wow. Yeah, it's like a composite material. So it's combining different materials and then create a more higher function, and in the end.
Yeah.
But in that case, you need to have.
Where are you producing your bricks? Where are you producing your bricks? Or it's still in the research phase of it?
We're still in the research phase. So
Okay.
right now we have a team in Philippines that's a lot more focused on the R&D basically.
Okay.
So are you sort of developing some sort of formula? You know, what kind of formula could be good for this kind of, you know, situation, or more stronger, or maybe energy efficient? So you're working on some sort of mix of the different materials, or kind of formula you're working on it?
Yeah, for different use cases.
That's nice. Wow. So it's kind of upcycle, right? Because some sort of a recycled material and becoming more higher value, right? Because if it is used for as a building materials or building house material, obviously value is totally different, right? Just a waste versus, you know, much building blocks. It's kind of upcycle, right? In some sense.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, that's very interesting. Yeah. Yeah. Today we
How
had
did you come about this idea?
Sorry?
Oh.
What was the inspiration for your idea?
What was the inspiration? I think it's really when I saw this old lady that she was pushing this trolley, right? Where she's basically just pushing a trolley of like about 5 to 10 kg of cardboard boxes, and you know, and then I just went over to help her, and along the way I just struck up a conversation with her, and I asked her like, "Hey, auntie, how much can you actually sell all this for?" Then that's when she told me like, for a day, right, and then she goes around collecting cardboard boxes, she's only able to earn about $5, and that is her income for that one entire day. Then I asked her the next question, like, "Hey, auntie, why don't you collect plastic? Since there's so much plastic, like it's even more abundant than compared to cardboard boxes." Then she told me that plastics are simply worthless. Nobody wants it at all. Yeah, and that just struck a chord with me. Like, why would that be the case? Like, why can't we turn plastic waste into something? It can be a resources. To many others, it's trash, but we are able to turn it to resources as well. So how do we create that value? So that really got us to think about how to create that value. Yeah. So eventually we decide on coming out with building materials for it.
That's great. What's your background in?
Oh, I majored in mechanical and electrical. So it's something with mechatronics.
Yeah, okay.
Do you use some sort of simulation technology or something, you know, to find out the best formula, or using some computer simulation for that, the R&D?
Yeah. So not yet at the moment. We are right now. So how should I explain it? Okay, so right now we are just working with. We're also working with Singapore Polytechnic on this. So so we have one team in Philippines that's trying to run the a different type of product per se. Then Singapore Polytechnic is also helping to test out another type of product along that line. So these two will run parallel, and once we are able to get to more, once we're able to get a better version of the recipe, right, that's when we'll move on to the computer simulation and all this, trying to break it down.
Yeah, that'd be great, because nobody's actually doing that, right? Because it's kind of complicated, because waste materials will be, I think, quite different, you know, each cases. But if we have some sort of system to magically combining a different waste materials, but outcome is some sort of consistency, right? So type A, type B, type C, and then input will be different, but a computer understand what is the best formula to create a type A or type B. And it could be more like, of course, you know, the creating upcycling brick itself is great, but also if we have some sort of a platform or simulation system, it could be very much scalable. That would be maybe like if we make it open source, and then other countries people can learn from that. That also may be fascinating. Yeah. So that's why I thought, you know, it could be interesting. Maybe at this moment, try and error, you know, like manually. But you know, as a next step, you know, if we put in place some computer simulation or computer-based, you know, design, you know, platform, idea, that would be quite interesting, I think.
Yeah, and then you can look at green mark certification and then increase your sales as well.
Green mark
Yeah.
certification,
Yeah.
Cool. Great.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I
Thanks
think
for joining us.
we're moving for the after party at social.
Yeah, and
Space-
also maybe we're gonna set up this kind of a session separately,
Yeah.
to discuss with maybe other startups as well, and also
Of course.
young people as well. And then when it is convenient time, right? Let's do
Yes.
that. Okay.
Let's do that for sure.
Okay.
Thanks, Bobby, for
Thank you,
joining
guys.
us. It was
Thank
really
you.
informative.
Bye.
Thanks for joining us. Bye-bye.
Thank you,
Thanks
guys.
everyone
Bye.
listening in. We'll be at Spatial.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
So welcome everybody to our breakout session today. This is going to be on the future of making, and one of the things that Taizo mentioned this morning that I thought was quite interesting was about the age before the Industrial Revolution, when everybody was a farmer out of necessity. Everybody sort of knew how to do all these things, and today we live in a world that's very fractured in terms of people's access to different materials or capital or healthcare. And so when we think about the future and what it means for us to continue to develop agency and realize a better future for all of us, we're going to be coming from different spaces. And so the panel that we got here today will represent a variety of different lenses through which to view how these futures can sort of exist. And so I would like to give first of all a little introduction to some of our panelists here. So I'll start with Tim Tan. So Tim, I've known Tim for a few months, and we just recently worked on a really incredible giant concrete lampshade together here in the factory. But Tim is the chairman of Affordable Abodes, and they're developing environmentally sustainable technology for affordable housing for marginalized communities in Southeast Asia. And so it's a social impact and social environmental impact business. And so it's really focused on core communities in agro-technology, manufacturing, and construction of environmentally sound, low-cost housing. So Tim, thanks for coming in.
Thank you.
Maybe give a 2-minute self-introduction, and then we'll run through the rest of the panelists before we start breaking into the discussion.
Yeah, so maybe I just explain how I got into this. I've been in cement, concrete, and building construction for the last almost 30 years. Yes, I'm an old man. Anyways, I got to realize that all this is creating so much carbon in our environment, so much wastage and pollution, and exhausting our resources, our sand, our limestone, and everything that you see on Earth. Most of it is non-renewable. So when I spent some time on missions in Cambodia and in Indonesia, I realized the great need for housing, especially for the bottom of the pyramid. There were people living in slums. Billions. I mean, 1 billion people are short of proper housing. So something needed to be done, and I came across this by a miracle that we could use a plant called kanaf. Kanaf is a hibiscus plant. We can harvest it within 4 months and turn it into thousands of things. It can even be eaten. It can be used for building. We're hoping to even build low-cost fishing boats for the poor fishermen one day. And I can see the applications and adaptations possible in everything that you guys are doing at Microfactory. 3D printing. We're also looking into that as the future for fiber reinforced composite. So that's the direction that we're moving to right now. And pandemic has given me a chance to look at that more seriously, right? Because we need to develop a proper circular economy with all the bells and whistles, all the markets properly developed, and channels that we could feed all these products into.
Yeah, amazing. I think the area of materials research and how we can build through locally available plants and what's available to us is a much more environmentally friendly way, and don't have to deal with the transportation and things like that. I think that's also a good segue into we have Pan and Emily joining us, and we've had the pleasure of working with these guys since we first started our microfactory about a year ago. So everything that you've seen, if you were able to join us for the tour, all of that was helped procure. All the wood bits were procured with the assistance of Emily. And so let me give a little introduction to these amazing folks. So Pan came from the Architectural Association in London and was chosen as one of the top UK graduates in 2006. So he's had a couple, almost 2 decades of really exceptional work, and he won the second prize for the Avalo International Skyscraper Competition back in 2007. Now he's running an architectural firm called Produce, as well as working with Emily in the superstructures. So I know that they've been doing some really interesting research in things like cross-laminated timber and some alternative building materials. But maybe Pan and Emily, if you guys would like to, again, share a couple-minute introduction about yourselves and what you'd like our audience to know about what you're working on.
Yeah, can I have just a short slideshow?
Sure, absolutely.
Let me share screen. Right. So we work as a group of companies. So there is Type 0 Architecture, Superstructure, and Produce.
It looks like you lost your slide share if you're showing it.
Oh, can you see the slide now?
No.
Okay, how about now?
Nope.
Okay, I'll try again. Okay, can you see it now?
Oh, I just saw it pop up.
Yeah, can you see my screen?
It's all black.
Oh, yeah. Still no? Let me check.
I think it's fine to just give a 2-minute introduction on what we do, and then if they're interested, they can visit our website.
Yeah.
So we started in 2013, and I modeled the company after an institution like a school where we have our own prototyping workshop. So we have a studio and workshop coexisting in one space. Right now, Superstructure has a workshop in Sungai Kadut, and we house the workshop with, we equip the workshop with CNC machines. So now we have a 5-axis CNC machine as well as a 3-axis one. And we use that mainly for experiments, prototyping, as well as also constructing and fabricating work for other people. So our work consists of small interior spaces all the way to installations. And right now we are working with Good Design Singapore to experiment into building components. just similar to what Tim is doing, we're looking into reconstituted timber as a material for to replace our precast concrete panels. So that's something that we are working on right now. Yeah.
Great. Yeah. So I see a lot of the work that you guys doing is kind of pushing the boundaries of modern typical construction and experimenting in sort of traditional business manufacturing processes. And then the next panelist we have is Chonglai. And Chonglai was introduced to me through Wouter, our resident digital manufacturing expert in 3D printing. So Chonglai is the founder of One Unify and has been working on sort of connecting humans, machines, and the environment on an artificial platform. And he's been doing that for well over 20 years and has experience in the digital and interactive technologies. So Chonglai, sorry we can't see you today, but maybe you could share a little bit about the work that you're doing and introduce yourself to us.
Hi Shane. Thanks for the introduction.
Yeah, man.
Yep. So currently, One Unified, we are focusing on the AI aspect of sports. The area that we are always emphasizing on is on the humans, the machines, and the environment. So in the aspect of the humans, currently we are focusing on the swimming as well as football. That we analyze how the swimmers do the swim strokes and stuff like this. So what we hope to achieve is there is actually an outcome from the data that we learned, and you can assist the coach or manager to make a decision. As for the machine part, that is the part that me and Walter, we are currently trying to come up with sort of like a circular economy. Yeah, so this one is something probably we will elaborate more, but that is the area that we want to apply this on the art scene. When I say the art scene, we refer to the fine art, the painting, or the sculptures of artists that we hope through some form of blockchains, we hope to create a circular economy out of this. Yeah, so that is the aspect. As for the environment part, I think this is something maybe Han might be interested in, because we actually deal with the FM side, which is the facility management. So we deal with the C2 SCADA system. They deal with the chiller and the sensors of the lights of the air, etc. So for that part, our emphasis is less on the energy management, which it's all about energy management. Is about cost saving, etc. Okay, so we are big into this. It's more for the capitalist side. For us, we are more towards the egalitarian. We are more concerned about the wellness of the people residing inside the building. Like how all the air, the temperature, etc. What is the optimal for the well-being of the people? So that is actually what we are doing here.
We just lost a couple of our folks. I don't know what happened there. Let me reconnect them. And then we also have some of our team from Microfactory here at Audacity. So Kim is one of our newest members who has been working with us for about a month now. And so she's a classically trained fashion designer and now is teaching at one of the local universities. She used to run her own makerspace, so was teaching, pottery and a bunch of other stuff in there. Kim, would you like to give like a short intro to yourself?
Everyone, so I would think myself as a maker with like curiosity in like the arts and crafts, and also I'm very keen in like educating and like allowing others like to lower the barriers of entry for others into learning how to create things in general. Yeah.
Cool. Thanks. And then we also have Wouter and Nihao who keep playing peekaboo with us. So Wouter is, I mentioned, used to run a lab, and Nihal is one of our community architects. I'm going to mute them. They're making a little bit of noise.
Is it because of us?
I guess due to the times running behind and these introductions, maybe we can just kind of jump into this theme about agency as a discovered or created through the act of making. And so how is it that building and making and getting, rolling up our sleeves and exploring these areas of how do we make things, how does that contribute towards solving the ability for people to have agency and autonomy? And I guess it's kind of a fuzzy big question, but if anybody interested in taking a stab at how they process that, I'd love to hear from you.
So maybe I can start first.
Cool.
Yeah. So we started our company mainly because of a frustration that I had that our industry is very fragmented. I'm referring to the architecture industry, where a lot of the components are very trade-based. So it's based on different trades. And then the entire discipline is broken down into different consultants and specialists. In that view, a lot of people are leaving the interfacing between these disciplines as well as the different trades almost up to chance. And because of, I guess, the how the risks are being portioned out within this group, there's no one that's kind of stepping forward to combine all these different components together. So we started a company where we take on certain portions, such as the fabrication, as well as even some structural testing on a prototype scale, one-to-one scale within our factory. So it's about gaining more control of our processes, and I guess that is our first step at gaining a little bit of autonomy. Therefore, now going forward after like 6 years or 7 years doing this, we feel that, especially with the pandemic now, there's a big push for digitalization, and we are in the process of converting all our workflow to BIM, building information management, so that we can then combine different disciplines into a single file, let's say, or a single workflow. Therefore, that would make the entire flow easier, smoother, almost like how the automobile industry is. Like you see a car and everything is supposed to be there, is kind of interfacing properly. So we're trying to build our practice around that now.
Just want to add on to what Han was saying, is that previously, I think maybe not so long ago, 50 years ago, maybe in Singapore, we always, like a lot of carpenters, we are building our own things. I think that going into digital fabrication helped us really make carpentry more accessible to the current generation, especially when we don't grow up making our own like furniture. So by using like digital fabrication or working, drawing on the computer, we really invite the population and people around our age group to come back and learn how to make stuff for our built environment.
Yeah, that reminds me actually of some of the initiatives that we have that Nihal's been working on, of a way that people can be at home working on the design and then kind of send that to the factory to be built. Like you guys have some incredible CNC machines at your space, 3-axis and 5-axis, big machines. And so using like kind of parametric design principles, I could be here and drag and drop and scale things, as I want. That's perfectly personalized for me. It could be flat pack, cut out and flat packed, and then assembled back at the designer's residence. Would you like to talk about any of that?
Yeah, so for a long time, I think the design industry is very subservient to what the technology can offer. So we've been designing based on really old technology. So we are coming to a stage where we start to design the machines to produce what we want to produce, you know, with the advancement of these digital tools, scripting, knowledge in scripting, programming, and all that, we are slowly starting to be able to design our own tools. So we are no longer, we are less kind of subservient to these technologies that are out there. Yeah.
So are people making their own machines and kind of hacking these industrial machines to be less less focused, purpose, like to make them more open?
Not enough. We hope that there are more.
I mean, for example, you can modify your CNC machine to do vacuum forming, for example, or you could modify your CNC machine to do some 3D printing by adding a nozzle to it. So it depends on what we want to do, and then therefore, you know, going forward, we can find the expertise to kind of modify our workflow, modify our tools, and then that will become specialized for the purpose of whatever work we are trying to do there.
I guess it's finding somebody that's curious enough or has enough of a need where they're interested to go in and monkey around with something or play with it to get it to perform the function that they want. And I'm wondering, Tim, maybe that's something that you've experienced with people that are making the Kanafkrete. Have you seen any transformation in the way people feel about themselves after they've been sort of able to kind of work on building their own homes?
Yeah, I think, you know, when we first employed our kampong boys, our village staff, they had no idea what they were doing. But as soon as they started building for their own community, it totally changed their mindset. You know, they totally flipped. They started to take ownership of what they were doing. So that was really exciting to see. You know, it's all about educating people on the possibilities. So really, because we hope to engage more local farmers to plant kanaf, you know, the end game is, you know, the farmers can grow their own house, right? And so that's what they're beginning to see. And it's encouraging because right now, whatever they're planting in terms of paddy or other crops are failing due to climate change. You know, when it comes time to harvest paddy, you need to have dry weather, but it's raining. And so the crops, the seeds will get rotten. So this is a good change to see that people are realizing that they can have other sustainable income and actually build for their own community rather than, you know, we actually import cement from Japan, for crying out loud, right? That's crazy. It doesn't get any crazier than that. It's good cement, but gosh, the amount of carbon that we produce and the amount of cost that we pay for transporting this stuff down, this doesn't make any sense at all. So really, what we want is to have a complete building structure. You know, even not just the walls but the foundation, the ground slabs, the roofings, the entire building structure should be made out of kanaf and CLT. And we're looking at CLT, Emily. The other thing that we're working on, just very quickly, is exactly what Walter is an expert at, and really salute him for that. You know, is the 3D printing of prefabricated panels. I don't think it's ever been done before. What 3D printing is doing right now is just building a whole structure, which means you got to move big machines in to build a house, right? And if you're going to build it in a little tiny village with no proper road infrastructure to get in there, it's virtually impossible. So the idea, you know, came out because of the pandemic. You know, our big factory was locked down. We couldn't run our big machinery. But then, because of 3D, the possibilities of 3D printing, we could actually modularize the factory, containerize it, put it into the village, and during a time like this, a family unit could be working together on this. So they could continue building and production regardless of what's going on around here.
Yeah, a couple points that jumped out at me were, you mentioned the, shipping concrete from Japan is crazy. And if you think about, the planetary boundary conditions and what is sustainable practice of things that we can continue to do, well, obviously shipping cement from Japan is not one of those. And so, a lot of the things that we're trying to think about is upcycling or using other waste streams and how can we repurpose those and to build into something that currently has a longer lifetime value. So plastic upcycling, things like that. And you also mentioned like being able to deploy things. So what's the logistics of being able to build in these remote and challenging environments? And you said it's virtually impossible. And I thought that was a good segue into Chonglai of making things virtually possible. Because if you work in a digital space, you can build whatever you want, right? These are digital realities. And so I think creating and constructing and building a future that we can engage with in a digital space is also a good place to explore. We can model things out. We can use the concepts of digital twins to build things to see how they're going to perform, or if we do them, or we can play around in those in like VR spaces, right? So Chonglai, do you have anything that you'd like to share about kind of building environments in virtual reality or digital spaces?
Okay, so I'm going to copy a link. I'm going to paste at where I'm typing. So this is actually a project that we have done for Audi. It's actually a commercial project, but it actually gave a taste of how a digital twin can be. So this is actually in 2015, and we try to mix the virtual reality with the actual real life. So what it actually does is, in the VR world, when you actually get chauffeured around wearing the VR, you can't wear the VR and drive. Yeah, so a driver will actually drive you around. So once you enter the bridge, sort of like the Back to the Future bridge, everything will sync. So the VR is actually synced with the GPS. So when you look to the right, you see a museum or a building structure. You will look exactly like it in the VR world, except that it's in 1965. Yeah. So you will see the Cheongsam lady, and you will see the rickshaw man, and you will see the person rowing on the rope, because over the bridge there's a river. Used to be really crowded with people actually rowing the boat. Yeah. So it's actually Italis, the virtual and the real can actually be digital twins. Yeah. So in effect, what our next step is how we can actually, from the virtual world, we can affect the real world, and from the real world, we can also interact with the virtual world. So that is the concept of the digital twin. So in between, what we required are all the machines, the sensors, the cameras, etc. So, but I think there's a lot of abuse, like is being used currently, like to invade a lot of people's privacy. Yeah, so we are trying to stay away from that. But what we want to see is like, what if this goodness, this digital twin can be used to achieve greater good? So that is, hence we actually pick a few segment. One is art. We want to use it to say, what if waters, the recycled materials, right, can be when art can be digitalized, it can become a sort of not just art that we made it from the recycled material, but what if the art can be scanned, and then you use it to create the artwork using recycled material. And people actually treat that, where I'm participating into the art or I'm buying into the art, I'm also helping the recycling process. Yeah. So this is, I would say this Audi is a purview of what we hope to explore with Water's team. Making use of the 3D scanner as well as the 3D printer. Yeah.
Well, I don't know if Wouter can chime in here. I think he's having some audio.
No, I can try. I'm boring. Can you hear me?
Perfect. Cool.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. So with the 3D scanning is a very powerful tool. What we're seeing right now is a lot of laser scanners being phased out. There's a market between the high end and the low end, which is just, I think there's an iPhone program. I'll drop you guys a link later on that you can just take an iPhone, unfortunately only iPhone, and you can scan and photogrammetry and create a 3D model in minutes. Meanwhile, our 3D printer takes scanner takes at least 20 minutes, 120 different photos in a second or two, and to stitch them all together takes at least 20 minutes because the amount of data, we're churning through about a gigabyte of data or so. But I think if you can see later on, the model itself that is output is high enough of a resolution to be used for a video game even. Let's say on the Unreal Engine or the Unity for web games. And the model itself is actually not that big, 80 megabytes, which is pretty decent. Easily, we can send them over Wi-Fi these days. And as a result, we can also send, let's say, like Chonglai was mentioning, scanned furniture or scanned art to somebody else to print. Although he is sitting 20 meters behind me, if he was in another country, I would be able to send Shane, a piece of furniture I designed. Or he goes, hey man, I like that chair that you've got. All right, let me scan it and send it over to you without having to digitally CAD it out or, draw it out in a sense.
Yeah, and I think there's now becoming marketplaces for these designs to kind of open source or share this knowledge, so that maybe I created a very fun stool, but my brother is pretty tall, so I maybe need a bigger stool for my brother, or my niece. Well, she's pretty big too. Yeah, I mean, maybe my friends' kids, I want to build them something so I could scale it down. But it's kind of having this customizability, and then especially with the stuff that we've been exploring with our 3D printer is how can we also, after we've made something, break it down again and reuse it so that the lifetime value of that material is retained. So we have a chipper that we can grind it all down and then use that and build it back into something else. I'm wondering.
Our 3D printer, one of the good things about it is able to use a variety of materials, and it's not very picky about the materials that it uses. We designed it that way so that one day you can take ABS, PLA, recycled plastic. In the beginning, all our plastics were coming from Japan, which is, like Tim said, insanely crazy, because we're shipping something that costs on average $5 a kilo. It cost us triple what we paid for the material to ship it here. And only because we couldn't find something that exactly matched the specs of what the plastics that, we were trying to print. But when we found a local and a Malaysian supplier that made PLA, cornstarch, potato starch, bioplastic material, a little tweak on the temperature, and then we're good to go. We could print just like any other commercial grade plastic, and that's what we're trying to do: is use reuse plastic waste streams that would actually otherwise get thrown away, as a way to sort of stop this one-time use throwaway plastic kind of mentality.
Yeah, I guess that's another element of understanding your impacts on things. When people are able to start exploring how these things are made or where they're coming from, or understanding kind of the life cycles of what happens to them when I throw them away, you start to have a better appreciation and awareness of your impacts in the world. And I think it's a balancing act. So as Tim mentioned, when people are able to start building and get this light bulb moment, or the first time you have a successful structure that doesn't fall down, or maybe you're testing. I know Pan, you guys are experimenting with some lightweight materials for cross-laminated timber alternatives. So it's bringing kind of things that have only been in large-scale enterprise sort of mass deployments and the benefits that those have, you know, if you can get cost savings and make that kind of open to everybody to use, then it democratizes the use of these features. And through that, people can, I guess, develop faster, right? It's so empowering when you teach someone. It's like teach someone to fish versus giving them a fish. That's not how it goes. But you know, like how do you get people in mass to start shifting a mindset? Are you seeing? I mean, I think Tim is seeing this with the work he's doing. Do you guys see this impact in any of the work you guys do, Pan and Emily or Changlai?
Yeah. I actually have a point to make with respect to the materials that you get. Like water actually get the materials and it costs 3 times the cost. So I actually hope to see more of the initiative. Not that it's a nationalism or anything, but localized produce. We encourage. Say the people or the pot. I think recently I've seen 3 brothers trying to use the Singapore woods to make their furniture, right? But what I'm looking at the level is the materials, recycled materials, actually come locally, and it sort of can give the identity to say, hey, that paper is used by say a certain artist, because while it's painting, there's a lot of paper being accumulated until the final masterpiece is achieved. But those paper that the artist thrown away can be actually collated and actually turned into pulp and recycled into recycled paper. That's what I meant, just a point, what identity of the recycled produce. Yeah, so I hope to see more of this, and if we encourage more of this, I think we can actually see a lot of positive adoption, and I think the growth will be positive as well. And I hope we can also give more support to such kind of initiative. Yeah.
Yeah, actually, that's a good point to raise, is that, you know, the work that we're doing here in Microfactory, and the reason that we're even having this virtual open city is for bringing people together. So anybody that's watching this or has an opportunity to see this, we want you to know that the purpose is, how can we work together? Are there projects? Are there initiatives? Maybe they're not commercially viable right now, but it's a step towards the right direction. You know, right now it's very difficult to recycle PET bottles, but they're the most common bottles, right? Water bottles, and they're everywhere. And there's not any really accessible way to upcycle those in a small scale production. We have this permacolony challenge coming up. And the applications are open right now. So I invite all of you to see if there's some challenges there that speak to you, that you've got some ideas that you want to explore and try out. We've got a great area just through the backside of our Microfactory here, 40,000 square feet, where we're going to be deploying and building over the next coming years a lot of these ideas and working together to make that happen. And so we're coming up at the end of our time here. We're a little bit over. We started 15 minutes late. We're coming up on 15 minutes. We've got a virtual party. I don't know how that's doing yet, but maybe there's some fun stuff over there. But I wanted to give everyone a chance to say anything else that you'd like to share or speaks to you. Now's the chance to do that. Otherwise, we'll start heading over to the party. Tim, you have any?
Well, yeah, thanks, Shane. I think this is a terrific session. I can see so many potential, collaborations. We didn't get to hear from Kim that much, but I was sharing with her the other day that, Kanaf fibers can even be woven into clothing or textiles, or so many things can be done. So I'd like to have some another opportunity sometime where. Well, maybe when the pandemic is over and when phase 3, we could all have dinner together and chat about some good ideas that we've been talking about here. Thank you, Shane. Thank you, everybody. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, so it's been great knowing so many people in this movement, and definitely look forward to collaboration opportunities And so we are all decentralizing our production right now, or at least going towards that. And then I see lots of possibilities where we can work together, especially with the 3D printing guys and definitely with Tim on the reconstitution of materials to replace concrete. Way to go. Yeah.
Any parting words of wisdom, Changlai?
No. Yeah. Okay. I think for the next the Q4 of this year, on our side, what we hope to do a proof of concept, probably likely together with water, is to see whether we can get the economy part of this aspect going. When I mean by economy part, we were actually thinking of doing some experimental site with the blockchain to give it a value. And I think key thing is no matter what, we have to get this. We can't escape from economy. Yeah, but the thing is we can make the economy more socialist, more to be more inclusive. I think that is what we hope. Right. Yes, and I think one of the things that we personally hope to achieve is to see how we can actually help the artists and artists, maybe even established artists, or what can they do, like to pass on to the young emerging artists and get this economy running in between them. So this is something we hope to target no later by early next year, first Jan, latest this December. Yeah. So Walter, you're aware of the timeline. Right.
Yeah, great.
Thank you everyone as well. I mean, we hope to also, be surprised by. And new doesn't have to be fancy, high-tech, carbon nanotubes, graphene, nothing like that. Something as simple as coconut fibers. There's 3 different fibers in a coconut shell. There's an abundance of it in Southeast Asia, which we don't have, let's say, back in Japan. Extremely strong, but people often overlook these kind of things. I'm trying myself. I really want to put a stop to oyster shell waste and sugarcane. And it's a huge problem. I want to incorporate it somehow without breaking my 3D printer into the plastics. And yeah, that's pretty much what we're looking forward to. So if anybody has any kind of ideas about new materials, how we can incorporate 3D printing in a way that it's not traditional, not just your normal, here, let's make a vase or a stool or a chair, and I'm all up for it. At least we could say we tried and then move on.
Yeah, so thank you, everyone. And I look forward to seeing each of you face to face sometime soon. I think it'll be, good times ahead. Bye, everybody.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. Bye.